stop them from becoming murderers.
Say you succeed. Say you get all the brains back. Then what?
Just so happens I know un great cybernetic surgeon.
Doctor. But he cannot.
You won't change my mind, Boris. This is my fight now.
And your wife and son? What of them?
They're in New Zealand. Safe. Rose would understand why I have to do this.
All right, damn you. You do realize Marshall has the contract for law enforcement throughout the city. They are the law in Denver.
Yeah, we've met.
Well then. Officially, Maverick Incorporated condemns you and your actions as unlawful. And a pain in the asshole.
Toucan's abandoned the left of the protest
increase
Palestine.
your codec encryption. Do not
That
worry
probably
about the
was one of the big wake-up calls for some of them.
I'll do all I can over the codec to help. I do not like what those Mudaki are doing any more than you.
Like the problem is that Toucan's associated with white people way too much. Like they couldn't decide whether or not. Like they kept calling themselves white too many times. Like fucking the Yu-Gi-Oh YouTuber MBT still does it, where it's like, okay, well, what do you expect? You can't bring up the Holocaust 10 billion times and then also be like, okay, white people are the worst fucking thing ever and cause all the problems all the time, and expect it to still work. You can't, the best, if anything, you know, let's just say Jewish people. There's no point saying Toucans in this case, because eventually it's just gonna sound stupid. Eventually you have to, it would be smarter to try and be a minority group at this point. You know? Oh, fuck. God damn it. Fucking arms. God fucking. Oh, man. They're pissing me off. Ah, shit. I could have dodged that. Oh, I could have dodged it. And I didn't. That is a pretty cool animation, though. Still trying to cope, so it's funny. I'm sure they will be for a while.
You will find an elevator inside that office.
But yeah, I mean, anyway, to get back to my point, Republicans are going to be saying Israel's our greatest ally for the foreseeable future. Maybe I should have spared that guy. I don't know if it matters if you do. Whatever. I just wanted to kill him. So it's like, yeah, I mean, you might as well hedge your bets on them instead of the anti-white people who think you're white. You know what I mean? Is the point I'm trying to say. So I don't know if they're gonna still keep doing that to try and camouflage. I would assume yes. They're gonna stick with the camouflage strategy for the foreseeable future. Oh, god damn it. I fucked up that timer. kill 100 enemies by cutting them. Crazy that it took that long. Big boy Snake, thanks to the $50. The Amish will inherit the earth. I hope. That'd be the good ending. In the name of Uncle Ted. In the name of Uncle Ted, it'll be the Amish, the farmers, the people with the practical skills that began our civilization.
Even manned helicopters possess a robust semi-automatic mode. It is simple, really. So simple that I can continue to monitor your status and world marshal security from the pilot seat. I must say, for the world's largest PMC, their security procedures are quite poor. Quite
Yeah,
poor.
that is...
Sadly, I
well,
did not have the necessary permissions to override their plans. Nevertheless, the data I did find should prove most useful. So please, do feel free to contact me whenever you like.
Appreciate it, Doc.
Well, it's not every day one has the chance to collect so many brains.
Aren't they
Think of the
inbred?
data,
Yes.
the research. Oh, and of course, your personal safety.
They have unique genetic diseases. Only for...
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, මේ ටික තමා අර මේ swing states. North Carolina නම් ඒක කෝල්නේ මේ 2020 ඒ කියන්නේ West Virginia Virginia මේ පාරත් ගිහලා දෙන්නේ කමලට ආපෝ ෂික් Georgia රතු හැබැයි මේ පාර Georgia flip වුණා 2020න් මේ swing states ටික තමයි භයානක Illinois වලට මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ Illinois ආපෝ Illinois හැබැයි Arizona තාම හැබැයි 50% votes වලින් 50යි count කරලා තියෙන්නේ මේ හැබැයි Nevada flip වෙයි වගේ ලොක්කට
If you say no, I know you're a liar.
මොකද Nevada ගිය පාර Biden
many things, unfortunately.
Sleepy Joe ට ගිහලා තියෙන්නේ මේ පාර
Two things related to
නෑ තාම නවත්තලා කියලා නම් නිවුස් එකක් ඇවිල්ලා නෑ බලමු
new enemy type.
X එකේ මොකද වෙන්නේ කියලා අප්පා Elon Musk එහෙම දැම්ම සෙලිබ්‍රේට් කරනවද කොහෙද බලමු crowd මොකද කියන්නේ කියලා
Bring in the drinks. We're going to bring in Pop Scratter. We're going to bring in Josh.
Just
with a few
bottle.
toasts to make, but we have a leftist meltdown first.
So Harry Sisson basically tweeted this out again, the flag without the L. America
well, Paul's
failed the
also
women
completed.
tonight. I'm so sorry
Oh,
of my initial thoughts.
Oh,
Let's
he's
hear
just
it,
trying
Harry.
to get laid.
Let's hear it, Harry.
He is a woman.
Did we want Stinger?
Not CNN.
Is it just a tweet or is it a clip?
Sisson.
Is it a tweet or a clip?
Nope,
It's
we
a
got
tweet
a clip.
with it's a clip.
Okay, all right. Time for one of our leftist meltdowns.
Hold on, there it is.
All right.
ඒ 2016
You are voting for the devil.
The election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris has not been called yet. We do
Take
not
the
know
CNN
who the
audio
winner
down,
is,
please.
But it is pointing in one direction.
Oh.
And
That's him.
Probably his
Is that his background?
His
Yeah.
background. But I just wanted to say that America failed women tonight.
Who would know better than you, bitch?
Trump has insulted women, berated
Why does he
them,
have rooms?
and found
පිස්සෝ
lies.
ටික දැම්මා පිස්සෝ ටිකට දැම්මා
Woman of it, bitch, a clip.
පිස්සු ඇදිලා අපි
And he took women's reproductive rights away.
පිස්සු ටික විකාරයෙන් දැන් කියවන්න පටන් ගත්තා මොකද මට පේන විදියට swing states ටික ඔක්කොම බොස්ට යන්නේ මේකත් 52% 70% ඡන්ද ටික කවුන්ට් කරලා තියෙන්නේ විස්කොන්සින් ලොකු ස්විං ස්ටේට් එකක්. විස්කොන්සින් 2020 බයිඩන් දින්නා. විස්කොන්සින්, මිචිගන්, පෙන්සිල්වේනියා තුනම බයිඩන් දින්නා 2020. දැන් මේ පාර ට්‍රම්ප් ලීඩ් කරනවා ඡන්ද ලක්ෂයකින් විතර 80% counted. මේක 88% counted ලීඩ් එක ලක්ෂයටත් වඩා වැඩි. මිචිගන් වල ලීඩ් එක ලක්ෂ 2ක් විතර. ලක්ෂ 73000යි මිචිගන් වල ලීඩ් එක 70ක් counted. පෙන්සිල්වේනියා 90%. පෙන්සිල්වේනියා ට්‍රම්ප්. පෙන්සිල්වේනියා අනිවාර්යෙන් ට්‍රම්ප්. ලොකු ලීඩ් එකක් අනික තියෙන්නේ. පෙන්සිල්වේනියා ඔක්කොම මේව ඔක්කොම බයිඩන්ට ගියු. මේ ස්ටේට් තුනම බයිඩන්ට ගියු ස්ටේට් තුනක්. විස්කොන්සින්, මිචිගන්, පෙන්සිල්වේනියා. දැන් නෙවාඩා, ඇරිසෝනා උත් බයිඩන්ට ගියේ. හවායි ඉතින් හැමතිස්සම අනිත් පැත්තට යන්නේ. මේකෙත් ලීඩ් එක 60000ක විතර 50000ක විතර ලීඩ් එකක් තියෙනවා නෙවාඩා වල 78ක් counted. ඇරිසෝනා වල ලීඩ් එක නම් පොඩි ලීඩ් එකක් තියෙන 20000ක ලීඩ් එකක් තියෙන්නේ. මේ තුන අපි බලමු පෙන්සිල්වේනියා වල කීයක්ද මෙතන votes? පෙන්සිල්වේනියා වල 20යි 36යි 46යි. ඒ තුන දින්නොත් එහෙම මෙයාට 46 කියන්නේ කීයද? ඔව් මේ තුන දින්නොත් ට්‍රම්ප්. මොකද ස්විං ස්ටේට්ස් තුනම ලීඩ් කරන්නේ ට්‍රම්ප්. හැබැයි ඒ තුන දින්නොත් එහෙම මේ දෙක ඕනෙත් නැහැ. මේ දෙක නිකන් එක්ස්ට්‍රා. ඇලස්කාත් අනිවාර්යෙන් ට්‍රම්ප්. ඇලස්කා හැමතිස්සෙම දිනන්නේ ට්‍රම්ප්. ඇලස්කා වල කීයක් තියෙනවද ඉලෙක්ටෝරල්? 3ක් තියෙනවා. ඒ තුන නිකන් එක්ස්ට්‍රා.
Right?
Confetti in my drink.
Yeah. Do the yay and then the celebrate.
Put it.
Copyrighted music ගන්න. ඔක්කොම right wing කට්ටිය ඔක්කොම නටනවා. නට ඉන්නේ. බලමු වෙන කවුද ස්ට්‍රීම් කරන්නේ කියලා. Never surrender. Make a like එකක් දාමු. මේ ඔක්කොම 38 minutes you get it. Alex Jones are
now in play is the winner because Owen already went over the political numbers and crunched them, and Crowder's got a bunch of experts in there as well, and they looked at it. They're not going to call it yet, but she doesn't have the votes now, and things are collapsing fast, and states that weren't even in play are now in play. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Americans, people watching around the world, history is happening right now. We have done the numbers, we have looked at the math, and unless there's massive fraud in Pennsylvania,
too big to rig, baby.
Trump is about to win the election tonight, but they promised not to accept it. They've promised to hold it up and create civil war conditions and have violent uprisings. I mean, that's Jamie Raskin. That's James Carville. That's John Podesta. They're in the New York Times saying that while they accuse Trump of planning to use the military and martial law while they sign executive orders for it. It's incredible. Candace Horbeck's also here writing Shotgun with us, popular podcast. We've got Owen Schroyer and Harrison Smith in there at our political desk with all the latest numbers. And I have to say it right now, Trump has won this election. You know, we saw Fox News 4 years ago, and it turned out to be a fraud, early in the night claim that Biden the puppet had won Arizona. That was a lie. We're not jumping the gun. The polls are closed. This isn't going to affect things, but we've seen massive fraud. We know in key states like Nevada, they say for 3 days after they're going to take non-postmarked ballots. That's insane. We know illegals voted. We know unprecedented fraud they got caught in, but I'm going to say it right now. Trump, despite all the fraud, is the winner because Owen already went over the political numbers and crunched them, and Crowder's got a bunch of experts in there as well, and they looked at it. They're not going to call it yet, but she doesn't have the votes now, and things are collapsing fast, and states that weren't even in play are now in play. 99% chance Trump is the winner, and what Owen keeps saying is this: as soon as it's clear, as soon as Pennsylvania goes, he's got to declare it now, or they are going to throw it into question and supply the fraud they need in those key blue cities. History is happening now. President Trump is the winner. He was the winner 4 years ago, but this landslide was so big that the fraud did not stop it. And it looks like, despite all the fraud, it's still going to be a big win. Owen, you're doing an excellent job. You and Harrison lay out the latest numbers now at exactly 12 midnight Eastern, 11 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Mountain, 9 p.m. Pacific. Owen Troy.
Harris and I were just discussing what you just said. This is 2020 all over again. Trump needs to come out and declare victory right now because I'm telling you, Alex, I can feel it. They're going to start stuffing the ballots in Philadelphia if he doesn't declare victory. They're going to start stuffing the ballots in Atlanta if he doesn't declare victory. It's their only hope. The numbers do not add up. Harris is now to the point where she would have to get 70% of the remaining votes, and they're not there. They're just not there. So unless we see the final numbers in Pennsylvania with Trump getting 3.4 and then Harris gets 3.5, which would be a fraud, it's just not there. And here's why I'm suspicious. Because we've crunched the numbers. You were just crunching the numbers before. Why hasn't Pennsylvania or Georgia been called for Trump? Fox News will not even call Pennsylvania or Georgia for Trump. Things are at play. There is no reason why these two states have not been called for Donald Trump at midnight now, past midnight Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. The numbers are not there.
අපරසිරි මේ නයිබ් බුකලේ කියලා කියන්නේ කොහෙද ආජෙන්ටිනා නෙමේ මෙයා ප්‍රෙසිඩන්ට් එල් සල්වඩෝර් නේ president of El Salvador මෙයා දැම්ම congratulate කරලා El Salvador වල ජනාධිපති හොරචන්ද දාන්න මේ ballots print කරනවා හොරචන්ද දාන්න ඒකයි දාන්න නැත්තේ නැත්තම් මේ මිචිගන් එහෙම මිචිගන් වල තාම 70% කවුන්ට් කරලා තියෙන්නේ ඊවන පෙන්සිල්වේනියා 94.8% කවුන්ට් කරලා තාම කෝල් කරලා නැහැ ට්‍රම්ප්ට 51යි 48යි ඕ නවත්වලා විස්කොන්සින් මිචිගන් පෙන්සිල්වේනියා ඔය ස්ටේට් තුන තමයි ඕනේ ප්‍රෙසිඩන්ට් වෙන්න ඕවට තමයි ස්විංග් ස්ටේට්ස් කියලා කියන්නේ ගොඩක් කට්ටිය කියන Donald Trump is projected to මේස් ගොඩක් කට්ටිය මේක congratulate කරලා යටත් like එකක් දාමු මේ හැරිසන් කියන්නේ ඩෙමොක්‍රැටික් නට් සට්ටම් රාල කෙනෙක්. ඕ නිව්යෝක් වොෂින්ටන් එහෙම සදාකාලිකම නිල් පාටයි. Libertarian Party. පෙන්සිල්වේනියා අනිවාර්යෙන් ට්‍රම්ප් යන පෙන්සිල්වේනියාව තමයි වෙඩි තිබ්බේ ට්‍රම්ප්ට. පොලිටිකෝ කාටද කෝල් කරලා තියෙන කියලා පෙන්සිල්වේනියා හැම අර මේ වොෂින්ටන් පෝස්ට් කාලකන්නේ පෙන්සිල්වේනියා කෝල් කරලා නැහැ. මේගොල්ලෝ කෝල් කරලා ඉවරයි. ෆ්ලිප් ඒක ෆ්ලිප් වෙලා. මෙයාගේ බලමු ෆ්ලිප් කරලා තියෙන්නේ මොනවද කියලා. GOP held. Georgia flipped. අම්මෝ මේ මොකද ඇලබෑම හැම කවදාවත් නිල් පාට වෙන්නේ නැහැ. 65යි 34යි ටෙනිසිත් එහෙමයි. කෙන්ටකි මිචිගන් තමා ෂුවර් නැත්තේ මුන් හොරචන්ද අච්චු ගහනවද කොහොද? පට්ට හොරු ටික. මිචිගනුයි විස්කොන්සිනුයි. මේ මැද තියෙන වෝල් එක තමයි රෙඩ් වෝල් එක. බලමු 56යි 66යි ඔක්ටෝබර්. කැන්සස් 57යි 59යි නෙබ්‍රාස්කා සවුත් ඩකෝටා 67යි නෝර්ත් ඩකෝටා 67යි. ඇලස්කා කොහොමද ට්‍රම්ප්ට යන්නේ? එතකොට හැබැයි ඇලස්කා ගියොත් ට්‍රම්ප් දිනු. මොකද ඇලස්කා අනිවාර්යෙන් ට්‍රම්ප්ට යන්නේ. මොකද පෙන්සිල්වේනියා කෝල් කරා කියලා කියන්නේ. මොකද දාම් සද්දෙට.
I can't remember if he said it on the stream today, but he said it before and after the stream. He's like, he just can't take the anticipation. Like, he just wants it to be over. And it's like, for me, I was like, I had no hope. So being wrong is good. You know,
Trump won announce කරලා නේ. Announce කරන්න යන්නේ.
If you're a doomer, you never get disappointed. You know what? Normally I would agree, but I've been wrong about that.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
To be fair, sometimes because like if something doesn't meet your basic expectations, then you can still feel a sense of disappointment. If that makes sense. Even if I had no investment in something, me having to sit down and play the shitty game, I'm disappointed in the gaming industry more than I'm not disappointed in like the individual game. I'm disappointed in the industry for putting out shit. Is what it is.
The lady needs to wear black wool for a reason. We gotta stop this prosecution of our political enemies. I mean, literally.
I know Devin's. No, my brother's name is Devin.
John Radcliffe. Sorry, John.
හොඳ වැඩට පට්ට බැල්ලික.
A lot more coke. That's odd. Also, there's now an election note under your bid, lol. Is there really? Yeah. Well, you know. People are popping in just because obviously they want to hear what I think about it, and I mean I don't have like a whole lot to say, except that you know things will be better for a little while. You know, at least we'll get 4 more years of things getting a little better than they were, which is, I mean, again, look at the alternative. Would you rather things get better or they get worse? That's why, you know, I was disappointed in the Leather Apron Club video, because it's like, not voting does not send the message you think it does. Unless you can somehow, unless it's like, unless you campaign to say, you know, dissident right against conservatives or something, I don't know, against the Republican Party, blah blah blah. Whatever. Who's going for that? Who's gonna support that? Really? I mean, I don't know. At a certain point, if it's not Fed shit, then it's like intellectual wanking. You know, like you're just like it's self-flagellation. Like, oh, we're too smart to vote or something. It's like no. No. You can say voting is pointless and still vote. Like those are not mutually exclusive, I'd say. Azama, thanks to the $5. Let's go. Libs and black pillars being put into crystals. Total Trump victory. Yep. Army Mon, thanks to the $2. I'd take 300 Zion Dons over a single term of Kamala. Exactly. Mr. Zool, thanks to the $50. Hey man, GG's to all of the garbage that showed up and voted. Popular vote too. LOL, amazing. Rip Peanut, 45-47 baby. No Dragon Age DLC 2. Great day. Yep. This is. Yeah. I don't know. I guess. I won't go the black.
Taliban කාලකන්ණි වදිනවලු දෙහියොට ට්‍රම්ප් දිනන්න දෙන්න එපා කියලා. ත්‍රස්තවාදියෝ දිනන්න එපා කියලා වදින්නේ දෙහියොන්ට නෙමෙයි. යක්ෂයාට.
They realize they're pushing people to the limit and they need to drag out the decline of Western civilization a bit longer. And so to prevent a Boogaloo style event or something in the long term, they need people to feel like they win every once in a while. Especially, it would be way more obvious, like the cheating would be, considering nobody likes Kamala Harris. I mean, nobody.
Alex, are you ready? Are you ready to do the Super Saiyan with us?
That it's even slightly close is because the female vote. I keep saying everybody besides me for whatever gay is. Because of women.
Now the probes will no longer be gay. We're going to end fluoride. We're going to end chemtrails. We are going to restore the republic. I am so fucking excited. I know we're on YouTube, but I am so excited.
They will never take our freedom. They will never take our republic. 1776 will live again.
Give us your war cry, Alex. For frick's sake. This is amazing, man. This is such a relief. There's so much joy and happiness here that you could see all around us. And truly, man, this has been such a hard fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, Election Day 2024 is here. Trump is going to win big.
I mean, like, this is like a literal WHO candidate. You know
Robert F. Kennedy අර මේ ස්වාධීන ඉල්ලපු අපේක්ෂකගේ පස්සේ ට්‍රම්ප්ට join වෙලා.
Like she got nothing. Like
මේගොල්ලෝ හැමෝම congratulate කරනවා. එහෙනම් ඉතින් හරි.
She's nobody. She's fucking nobody. And then she was vice president, and she was still nobody. Because let's be real, nobody really cares about the vice president. Probably, I've listened to J.D. Vance talk more than any other vice president, I'd say, and that's only because of podcasts and other shows that I watch. You know, like I feel like J.D. Vance will be an afterthought in the next 4 years, like for the most part. I just like nobody really cares about the vice president, honestly.
Trump is doing better than 2020 all across the board so far.
He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. He will.
I hope people forget about J.D. Vance. That's funny. The only thing he really has going for him is that he's relatively young, all things considered. I listened to the Joe Rogan podcast. It was more entertaining than Trump's, honestly. I couldn't make it through Trump's. But it's still like one of those things where he definitely seems a bit too fake, because obviously he's got a long political career ahead of him. Like, you know, you could tell what he's not allowed to say whenever he says, I don't know. I don't know, Joe. The truth is, I don't know.
If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait.
No, I'm not gonna bust out the alcohol because it's a little too late. Well, I guess it depends on when Trump's coming out, because we might be here for a while, yeah.
Alex Jones celebrate karna.
I'm not drinking the whole bottle again because I've regretted that the past 2 times. Maybe I'll drink like half one. I don't know.
Former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Marco Rubio in on.
Essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list, likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
How much renews our understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yeah.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans, and the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see where Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Hovde in Wisconsin?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President-elect Donald J.
President-elect.
Melania Trump and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
ඊයේ ට්‍රම්ප් කතා කරලා දෙක කටහඬත් උගුරත් බැලන්ඩි වල තිබ්බේ කතා කරලා ඩේනා වයිට් ඉන්නවා UFC එකේ CEO.
Glad I was fast this time. I knew I couldn't afford to take like 5 minutes.
Baron Trump.
Well, I don't care about the copyright or anything. I don't give a shit.
Oh, yeah, I got to the copyright. බෑරන් ට්‍රම්ප්ගේ උස මං හිතන්නේ 6 අඩි 6 යංකල් 9යිද කොහෙද? සද්ද අඩු කරලා තියන්නම් සින්දු ඉවරට එක. මිලානියත් උසයිනේ ඒක තමයි බැරන් ට්‍රම්ප් අච්චර උස. At the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. මේ උපජනාධිපති J.D. Vance.
USA, USA, USA.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
Hold on, I can turn it up a little bit more for you guys.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And
these promises are too fucking huge.
Tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Everything is the hugest thing ever. It's the biggest, it's the
It's a
greatest.
political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
I'm smiling because I'm picturing the scene already. It's gonna be so fucking
And your
good.
future, every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory.
315ක් කියන්නේ බයිඩන් 2021කට වඩා වැඩි.
Won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that.
තුන්සිය6යි බයිඩන් දෙන්නේ 2020.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of
Yeah,
love.
and
We
just
have a great
imagine,
feeling of
again,
love in this very large
97% of reporting on Trump is negative. And yet he wins the popular vote. You know? It's like, fuck the media, legitimately.
Fuck the media.
Fuck the shill YouTubers who are the same goddamn thing as the media. There's so many fucking left-wing YouTubers. It's insane. That's gotta be the vast majority. I hope all of them fucking seethe for 4 goddamn years straight. You know what? Like, they can talk shit about my channel all they want, but at the end of the day, if I wasn't shadow banned, I would have hit 200K by now. It's obvious there's a bunch of up-and-coming right-wing Zoomers. But if they can't find my channel, they can't subscribe, obviously. But I'll take this small victory. I'm sure they'll complain about it.
Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
There's thousands of they, them saying they're going to rope
We
Umau.
worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing.
Yeah, I appreciate 21 Kiloton recommending me. I also shouted him out
I just wanted to
in a
thank you
video.
very much for that. And
Can't remember which one.
You have some great senators,
Starfield,
and some great
maybe.
new senators, and it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job.
Pardon the
I want to also
protesters.
thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but
It's
that's
not
a good
true.
thing when
But
you think they are.
it'd be nice if that
But
was true.
Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia.
Yeah, Baron
We
Trump
miss
is
Amalia,
he's
don't we, huh?
ogre
She
height.
would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Ignore the Indian wife on the left. Wait, actually, my head is blocking her. I'm realizing. Damn it! If it cuts back to that, I'll move my webcam.
Usha Vance.
Oh fuck! There we go. Okay.
And he is
Okay, you
a
can see her.
feisty guy, isn't he?
Woo! Look at me
I've
move
said,
my webcam around.
Go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow.
මාර උසයි ට්‍රම්පොත් 6යි 3යිද කොහෙද 6යි 3යි හරි 6යි
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children, and after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to be the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
මිචිගන් වල යෝග නම් මම හිතන්නේ හොරචන් දච්චු ගහනවද කොහෙද? තාම 173යි කවුන්ට් කරලා දෙන්න මොන පිස්සෝද? ඇරිසෝනා 52යි. ඇරිසෝනා වල හොරචන් දච්චු ගහනවා.
I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little...
I can't take the lies. I've heard Todd Howard speak too many times.
That little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. We just, if we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast.
It was going bad.
We're gonna have to
People
seal up
really
those
like to
borders,
downplay
and we're
that
gonna have
shit.
to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Would Goku be a Democrat? Probably like a 2000s one, maybe.
And thank you, Susie.
Modern one? I don't think so.
I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Yeah, Elon Musk. Is he gonna? We're gonna have a tism.
Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came
What the fuck is he even talking? Dude, I swear I stopped listening for 1 second. Now, like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people.
What he's doing right now, this is what that Joe Rogan podcast was. Like, at least the first hour, because that's all I listened to. I couldn't stand the random weird stories. I'm like, this is literally a boomer just like rambling about shit.
And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't.
Yeah, he is funny. I mean, you know, if one grandpa is fucking senile, can't get one sentence out, you know, Biden. This is the grandpa that says, like, the funny, maybe questionably racist, sexist, whatever things, you know what I mean?
And it came down so gently,
He's
and then it
the funny grandpa.
And it held it, and just like
Joe
your
Biden
little
tama
baby
senile.
tonight, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love
I
you,
legitimately
Elon.
stopped listening. I think because I started drinking, I'm like tuning this out completely. I'm like, I don't know what he's saying, and I don't care.
And it hit
It's like, what the fuck is this?
They were really devastated. The water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen. Water hurricane. It built lakes out of
The biggest water we've ever seen.
and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives.
That's another boomer thing. It's like, what the fuck is Starlink? Which, to be fair, I think that's a lot of people. You know, a lot of people don't know what the fuck that is. But that's like my dad asked me about tech support or something.
You know, we have up here today the U.S. Fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson! Oh, he was shot.
හොරචන්ද අච්චු
He's
ගහන
hitting
ඒගොල්ලෝ.
balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson.
දැන් ඉතින් කොච්චර හොරචන්ද අච්චු ගහුවත් වැඩක් නැහැ. Alex
Guys, if I didn't have a warning strike on my channel, I absolutely would do that. I'll just say
රතු
that. I absolutely would.
267ට මේ ඇලස් එක එකතු වුණාම කොහොමද 270 ඉතින් මෙතන කොච්චර හොරචන්ද අච්චු ගැහුවත් මේක දින්නට ඕක දිනන්නේ
And we also have a man Dana White who has done some
මේක කොහොමද දිනන්නේ 90ක් counted
He's a tough guy.
Someone said I should go to Dead Domain's chat and say ack. Just say ack.
ලක්ෂ 20000කට ලීඩ් එකක් තමයි විස්කොන්සින් වල
Started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit and I went and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but...
All right, if you're there, you're there.
And he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time, doing so well. I'd like to ask Danny just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him.
Oh, that's good. All right, it's worth it. It's worth it.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like.
Minnesota හැමදෙස්සෙම පැරද. Minnesota වෙන සෝමාලිය ටික හැමදෙස්සෙම දෙන අනිත් පැත්තට.
Hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it.
Yeah, Dana White.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Yeah, the Theo Vaughn with Trump was pretty good, actually. I liked it.
Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory. Like really, I probably like no other.
I'm shocked that I wasn't already banned in his chat, but I guess I've never commented on his channel, so I'm not sure how you would even do that.
Turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're going to turn it around. We're going to do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're going to do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as
thinks I raided him. No, I mean it was almost a reverse raid where you guys all went there and then you told me to go there.
So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
Yeah, of course he is.
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have.
Oh my god. The way he fucking talks will always be funny for the rest of the time. I don't know, how could you hate this guy? The way he talks.
So historic in so many ways.
The ultimate hype man. It's like, we're gonna do it the greatest ever, the greatest they've ever seen. You know, it's like all right, well, I don't think so, but you know, it is funny though.
And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic
Okay,
American,
well, see if that's true. You know what you have to do if someone breaks terms of service, and you see it. You need to do your due diligence.
A historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious
Yeah, I'm sure Reddit, like the last few humans on
future
Reddit are losing it.
Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 900, 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going
That legitimately, I mean, it really did work out for them. I'm glad the feds aren't sending their best anymore.
Easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have.
Maybe don't get like lib cuck, you know, self-hating white people to try and kill the president. Maybe you should get someone who actually has talent.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises.
Yeah, DEI fed. Well, the worst part is it isn't even really a DEI fed. He was just, you know, some like white lefty incel type dude.
And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together.
Vance needs to take his mic.
To bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for.
Hey, he said America first. I know one cat boy is jizzing his pants right now.
Truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, there you go. Oh boy, YMCA. I feel like I'm just gonna mute that just because I feel like even though I let copyrighted music play earlier, well, I guess it doesn't fucking matter. I'm probably just gonna private this stream so that it can't mysteriously get mass reported. So I don't know if archivers have been up to it or whatever. Maybe I can download the video and send it somewhere anonymously if it hasn't been archived. Wait, you expect me to actually dance? Time to say it, the YMCA.
බලමු මගේ ලිස්ට් එකේ කවුද තව ස්ට්‍රීම් කරන්න කියලා. Crowder ස්ට්‍රීම් කරනවා. Griffin Gaming ස්ට්‍රීම් කරනවා.
Like I said, I had no expectations, so I am pleasantly surprised, I gotta say.
ලංකාවේ දින්නේ රතුනේ මෙහෙත් රතු. මෙහෙ මිචිගන් වල හොරු තාම හොරචන් ජත්තු ගහනවා. බලමු ෆේක් නිවුස් CNN එකේ මොකද කියන්නේ කියලා. මුන් තමයි පට්ටම බොරුමයි කියන්නේ පටන් ගත්ත වෙලේ ඉඳන්. හොඳ වැඩේ මුන්ට නම්. මුන්ට හොඳ වැඩේ. මේගොල්ලෝ සෙනෙට් සීට් දෙකක් ෆ්ලිප් කරලා. Make a flipped.
I actually already saw the Flash Kids video, the Donald the Trump hog. I'm subscribed to Flash Kids, so don't worry, I see all this stuff. I'd keep this room out for a few hours at least. Well, I get the feeling it's probably going to be mass recorded, and I'm not going to be up for a few hours. I'm going to be asleep in the next hour, hopefully. I would hope.
මුන් අඩනේ වගේ කම්පලේෂන් එකක් බලන්න ඕනේ හෙට. channels වලින් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මේගොල්ලෝ ඔක්කොම නහයෙන් කටෙන් පස්ස පැත්තෙන් හොටු බේරි බේරි අඩනේ වගේ compilations හදනවා.
Have you played any of those before? Because it's a shit ton of combat. I heard Vengeance adds more story, which is good because it was certainly lacking in story. I thought it was a decent game. I didn't play Vengeance though. Don't forget the suit. Oh fuck, yeah, a good point.
The minute he came down that escalator in 2015,
okay, let's
a huge
catch the rest of the
topic for
stupid
him.
jets real quick.
This time around, he has said point blank he's
I'm
going
probably,
to engage in
I'm
mass
already,
deportation.
you know, I drank
We'll
half
see how
this
that
bottle.
works.
I'm
We'll
already
see,
feeling it. You know, it's not like I ate any
just
food
even
in the
the
last several
mechanism of
hours
that.
anyway. So
And the other thing that I don't think we should lose sight of is that he has said very clearly multiple times that he will go after and prosecute his enemies. And how he will go about doing that,
Marcus the
what that
Ram,
means
thanks
for
to the $2. The
who would
Tangerine
be his
Tyrant
Attorney
1,
General.
based in Turpentine.
We will have to wait and see. We also
Army
should
Mod, thanks
remember
$5.
that
Giving women the right to vote was
if
one of
he
the
is
biggest
person
mistakes
that
in
raises
human
his hand
history.
and takes the oath of office January 20th, 2025,
let's be
thanks
honest,
to the Supreme Court.
And you guys always
there will
ask me,
be
like,
far
where's Synthetic
fewer,
Woman? It's like, have you heard me speak?
Checks. Guardrails, checks
Is it a
on
wonder?
him.
Are you guys really confused? Major Tom, thanks for $5. Looking forward to seeing libs lose their minds every day for 4 more years. No cheating, because January 6th scared them. 20 million fewer votes than Joe. True. I still think she got too many, but I am glad that Trump got his deserved victory. As should always be the case, the lesser evil won. And look, again, you know, I have no idea if fucking Leather Apron Club has any idea who I am, but I feel like you know, he should explain his reasoning better in a follow-up video, because I feel like telling people not to vote is just a bad idea in general, unless you know you are a accelerationist or something. My Stridlery, thanks to the membership. Chuds won. Yep. Major Tom, thanks to the $2. Absolute champ kept women out of the White House twice now. Exactly. Exactly. Stop trying to have a female president. Doesn't work. Go cool. Thanks to the 250 rupees. There should be nothing more satisfying than watching the libs cope and seethe. Congratulations to Trump. I mean, listen, me and my brother have agreed on this for years, where it's like, that's what our personal motivation is, really, because, like, I'm tired of reading their gay-ass shit, seeing it everywhere. I mean, I've probably had to hit don't recommend channel on, like, 1,000 goddamn YouTube channels, because, like, there's so many fucking breadtuber-esque fucks that are promoted by YouTube. It's like, whereas channels like mine, you know, get buried, and, you know, it's sad, but it is what it is. I've accepted it for the last couple of years now, you know. But regardless, you know, there's so many gay-ass fucking channels with the same fucking talking points, and I'm fucking sick of it. I'm goddamn sick of it. So now I get to hear all of them cry like little bitches for, at bare minimum, the next several months, and very likely the next 4 years. So it's like, yeah, get fucked. All of you guys suck cock. You know, Synthler wins. I don't know. Well, fan, thanks to the 2 Canadian. Primark, Barrett. He's huge, dude. He's huge. Horse MD, thanks, $5. Happy for Elon, to be honest. He's done more for the dissident right than anyone by buying Twitter. That's actually true, but that's true. Just him buying Twitter probably helped the right wing more than, like, any political candidate has, because, like, Twitter was such a fucking cesspool of the leftist hive mind, and now at the very least the right has its own space in it. Marky Mark, thanks, $2. You like Trump, don't you, Synth? I mean, I think he is funny and kind of charming in a way, but obviously he's not going to save the United States. That's just not, it's never happening, especially as long as he loves Israel, which will be for the rest of his life, obviously. Major Tom, thanks to the $2. Now Kamala knows why you don't fuck with the Biden. Yeah. yeah. This is what they get for getting rid of Biden, apparently. Sweeping Hamster, thanks for $5. I hope you're happy, Chuds. You ruined America for another 4 years. Yeah, Sweeping Hamster obviously is being sarcastic. He's a regular. Minute World, thanks to the $2. Watch True to mainstream. Well, I did watch like 2 seconds. Just enough to you know, throw in a little spicy comment, you know. 44 Mag Deagle, thanks to the 7 Canadian. So 4 years ago, Biden had 20 million more votes than Kamala. How did that happen? Makes sense why they said it was rigged. 20 million votes out of thin air. I know, both for candidates that nobody likes. I don't know, maybe the 20 million just accounts for all of the mail-in votes that from dead people. So this time they're like, we probably can't get away with that again. So this time it was just all female votes. It was all women. Nimpo, thanks to the €5. No disrespect, but you're having too much faith in Gen Alpha. All I see now are furries and allies online. 15, 20 years ago, those people were an anomaly. They weren't as much of an anomaly as you would think, but you are correct that amongst Gen... That's because teachers are pedophiles, let's be real. A shit ton of teachers in the school system are pedophiles, and they are promoting acting like degenerates amongst children. And children, through probably YouTube Kids, ironically, are getting exposed to a lot of weird shit that is fucking with their brains, which is no doubt normalizing, like, the furry shit. But I know what you're talking about. I've seen that stuff, too. Craft Tab, thanks to the $2. Breakers to celebrate. Do you think anyone is playing Breakers at 3 a.m.? Nobody's playing Breakers at 3 a.m. There's barely anyone playing at normal hours. GameSense, thanks to $5. Just saw Trini domain seething and coping, almost crying. Happy to see something good come out of this. Thousands plus no comment. Jab Reggie, thanks to the $2. It's never been seen before. Yeah, well, Trump's big on overhyping shit. Rajman Dahl, thanks to the 40 rupees. It would be great if we go to r/politics for the cope. Listen, I want to go to sleep sometime in the future. So I'm not going to extend the stream too much longer.
Oklahoma වල එහෙම
That's a random name thanks to the 2 Canadian. I hope now we can finally have our promised TNT.
30ක්. Kansas, Nebraska.
Yeah, no, that's never happening. Unless there's a race war or something. Ashley, thanks to the $10. We're going to do it bigger than ever before. Just hands and then orange. The biggest you've ever seen. Jeb Reggie, thanks to the $2. Leave the oil to me. Synth talking to chat. Wow, okay. I would like to hoard some oil. That's some wealth that you could really hold on to. You know? Everyone talks about like investing in Bitcoin or all their other investments. If I'm just have oil, if I have it, that's definitely gonna hold its value. Major Tom, thanks for $5. We are the most Keno nation that's ever existed. This whole campaign has been like a season of 24, from the mugshot to the assassination attempts. Yeah, I kind of know what you mean, even though that show was popular when I was a kid. But yeah, my parents watched all that shit. I vaguely remember. OFN, thanks to the 2 Canadian. Synthetic dancing, we were so back. Yeah, if you call that dancing. I would steal my white man dancing thing. Carrot Tacos, Eustace, thanks to the €5. Zion Don W. Now we get millions of legal Indian immigrants. Yeah, well, you know, listen, to be fair, the reason he says shit like that is because it helps secure the Mexican vote. Because a lot of Mexicans generally have more conservative values, but are tempted to vote left for gimmies, free shit, obviously. So if you're going to say, like, you know, I want more legal immigrants, that makes the Mexicans who immigrated legally more likely to vote for you because they hate illegals. Thomas is like a huge example of that, obviously. Spaz Space Wizard, thanks to $2. Doug Walker.
Joe Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
Delusional Texas will be a president for all America. හැමෝම hina වෙනවා අනිත් පැත්තේ උන්ට අර අපි දිනනවා කියලා දාපු පෝස්ට් වලට හැමෝම hina වෙනවා.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I'm celebrating this victory for now. I mean, bad shit could still happen between now and the next January 6th. I guess we'll see. That's a random name. Thanks to the 2 Canadian. I'm tired of N-words so goddamn... yeah, gee, I couldn't tell, bro. It's like all you talk about in your super chats. Asterisk, thanks to the $10. 2016, Star Wars. 2020, Empire Strikes Back. 20. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so 2016 is A New Hope. 2020 is Empire Strikes Back. 2024 is Return of the Jedi. I see. Yeah. That's kind of a Reddit comparison, but whatever. Thanks for the money anyway. That's a random name. Thanks to the 2 Canadian. It's past 3 a.m. here. Gonna work out to celebrate. Yeah, I guess if you're like on the Jocko Willink style of going hard or whatever, you're getting up before the sun even comes up. I'm the opposite. I go to sleep near when the sun comes up. Yeah. My sleep schedule's just fucked forever, probably. I'm trying to fix it with this melatonin, but then you have streams like this. It's already past 3 a.m. I can't even grift appropriately. I know, I installed Super Chatters. Isn't that based, though? That's what base people do. Raj Mandal, thanks to the 40 rupees. The dead domain chat was risky. He was angry as fuck. Good. Okay, guys. I gotta work on in this video. I might have to add something to the intro. Just... I don't know. I just feel like I have to mention it. I'll probably mention it in the beginning. But anyway... yeah, I'm probably gonna have to private this one. I hate to say it. Listen, if maybe I can. Well, I think there's a limit to file size attachments, aren't there? There's probably somewhere I can give you.
අර රවින්න එහෙම නෑ මහලොකොට කිය කී හිටියා එනවා අරකයි මේකයි කියලා. රවින්න ඒව කැත්සිලා වතුනාන්න නින්දෙන්. මෙයා මට පේන විදිහට ඇරිසෝනා වල අර ඩෙමොක්‍රැට්යෝන් හොර ඡන්දච්චු ගහනවා. නෙවාඩා හැබැයි අනිවාර්යෙන්ම ඔක්කොම රතු පාට දිනන්නේ ලංකාවේ රතුනේ දෙන්නේ ජනාධිපතිවරණේ. නෙවාඩා හැබැයි මෙයා දිනන සීන් එකක් තියෙන්නේ ලොකු ලීඩ් එකක් තියෙනවා. ට්‍රම්ප්ට නෙවාඩා වල ගණන් කරන එක නවත්තලා තියෙන්නේ. ඇරිසෝනා වල නවත්තලා තියෙන්නේ. මේක 152යි දැන් හෙන කාලයක්. මුන් හොර ඡන්දච්චු ගන්න ඔය ටික මේ හැබැයි ෆ්ලිප් කරත් දැන් බෑ. මොකද ඇලස්කා හැම රතු අර බලකොටු. ඇලස්කා වල තුන ආවම 270 හම්බ වෙනවා. වැඩේ කියන්නේ විස්කොන්සිනුත් ට්‍රම්ප් යන සීන් එකක් තියෙන්නේ. ඒක හින්දා විස්කොන්සින් ගියාම කොහොමත් ඕක ඉවරයි. එවනත් මිචිගනුත් මුන් හොර ඡන්දච්චු ගහුවත් යන්නේ නැති තත්ත්වයක් තියෙන ලක්ෂ 3ක ලීඩ් එකක් තියෙනවා. හැබැයි ගිය පාරක මං හිතන්නේ ලක්ෂ 3ක හොර ඡන්දච්චු ගහුවා මුන් කොවිඩ් කාලේ. මේ කොලරාඩෝ එහෙම කවදාවත් දිනන්නේ නැහැ අනිත් පැත්තේ කට්ටිය. මම 2020 ඒකත් එක්ක සංසන්දනය කර හිටියේ. ඔය විස්කොන්සින්, මිචිගන්, පෙන්සිල්වේනියා ඔය තුන තමයි ලොකුම තියෙන ස්විංග් ස්ටේට්ස් තුන. ඔය තුන දිනන එක්කෙනා තමයි සම්මානීය ජනාධිපතිවරණේ දිනන්නේ. දැන් ගිය පාර නෙවාඩායි ඇරිසෝනායි දින්නේ අනිත් පැත්තේ උන්. ස්ලීපි ජෝනේ දින්නේ. මේ ඇලස්කාලා හැම ගිය පාරත් බලන්නකෝ. 53යි 143යි. ඔය ඇලස්කා හැමතිස්සෙම රතු කට්ටිය දිනන්නේ. Griffin මොකද කියන්නේ කියලා බලමු.
Yeah, maybe so, man. It was all part of the plan. It's a good way to look at it. And sicko with the 5 Trump keeping women out of the White House. It's God's plan, bro. And Merc with the 2, the YMCA song will now be associated with Nazis. That's right. Which is ironic.
මේකල සෙනෙට් එකක් දෙන්න. ඔව් වෙඩි කාගෙන දෙපාරක් මරන්න try කරානේ. මේගොල්ලෝ සෙනෙට් එකක් දෙන මට පේන විදිහ හවුස් එකක් දිනන සීන් එකක් තියෙන්නේ. මොකද ලංකාවේ වගේ නෙමෙයි මෙහි විධායක ලංකාවේ වගේ අර පිස්සු කෙල්ල විධායක ජනාධිපතිතුමා කියන්නේ හවුස් එකයි සෙනෙට් එකයි ජනාධිපති එකයි තුනම ඕනේ හරියට වැඩ කරන්න. ජනාධිපතිට කරන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රමාණය අඩුයි තනියෙන්. දැන් මේගොල්ලෝ සෙනෙට් එක දින්නා දැන් හවුස් එක දින්නොත් එහෙම මේගොල්ලන්ට ට්‍රම්ප් ඔක්කොම දේවල් ටික කරන්න පුළුවන් ලේසියෙන්. කරන්න ඕනේ ටික. ඔව් දැන් ඊළඟට ඕගොල්ලොන්ගේ එක තමයි ඊළඟ එක. ඒකට නෑ ලංකාවේකට මං කලින් එන්නම් අද මං හිතුවේ නෑ මොකද මේ 2020 මුන් අර හොරචන්ද අච්චුගා ගහ මේ අපි නිදාගන්න යද්දි ට්‍රම්ප් දින හිටියේ ඇහැරෙද්දි ට්‍රම්ප් පෙරදි 2020 මේ පාර මුන් ඡන්ද ටික ඔක්කොම ගණන් කරා ටක් ගාලා අන්න ඒකයි ඔය මේ පහු වෙනකොට කොහු වෙනවා කියන්නේ ඒක උනේ 2020 මං හිතුවේ නෑ මෙච්චර ඉක්මනට මේ ගණන් කරයි කියලා හරි කැසිලා ලංකාවේකට එන්න ලංකාවේක ලබන සතියේද කොහෙද ඉන්නේ සෙනෙට් එක සිකියුර්ඩ් බලමු ඔව් සෙනෙට් එකේ මැජොරිටි එක තිබ්බේ නැහැ මේගොල්ලන්ට තව මොකද්ද තියෙන නිවුස් channel ටික MSNBC උනොත් පට්ට හොරු MSNBC මුන් ඔක්කොම අර අනිත් පැත්තට කඩේනේ මුන් ඔක්කොම මේ hasn't called the winner මුන් ඔක්කොම ඉන්නේ අර හොරචන්ද දාලා දිනනකන් too close to call පට්ට බොරු කියන්නේ මේ බලන්න too close to call කොහොමද ට්‍රම්ප්ගේ අරයාගේ වෙනස ලක්ෂ 3යි too close to call ලු පට්ට බොරු දාන්නේ too close to call MSNBC නෙමෙයි ආයි කවුද ඉන්නේ MSNBC NBCද NBC Province Pennsylvania. ඔව් මේකේ සමහර හොරු සාර අනිත් කට්ටිය කෝල් කරපේවත් කෝල් කරලා නැහැ. පට්ට හොරු මු. 54% in 93% in Nevada වල 93% in ලොකු මේ ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා 93% Nevada කෝල් කරන්න පුළුවන් too close to call. මුන් බොරමයි කරන්නේ. ගිය පාරත් කරේ ඔන්න ඕක තමයි. බොරට too close to call කිය පස්සේ හොරචන්ද දැම්මා. USA today. USA today. මේගොල්ලෝගේ election 2024 බලමු. මැප් එකක් තියෙනවනේ. මැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ආපෝ මේක මා හිඟන මැප් එකක්. බලමු වොෂින්ටන් පෝස්ට් එක. Washington Post.
That's a better feeling for sure. Game with the 5. It's funny and sad that Biden did better than that. Tackling hyena.
මිචිගන් එකෙන් හොරචන් දච්චු ගහනවා. මුන් 92% දැන් 51යි 47යි. ලක්ෂ ගණන් හොර ඡන්ද ලක්ෂ ගණන් හොරචන් දච්චු ගහන්න එපා. 58යි මේක මෙතන 52 ඇරිසෝනා වල අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම හොර සීන් එකක් යන්නේ තාම 52යි පොඩි ගාණක් ඡන්දක් තියෙන්නේ මේගොල්ලෝ 99ක් ගණන් කරලා තියෙනවා මිලියන 10ක් මිලියන 10.6ක ඡන්ද මේගොල්ලෝ දැන් 99ක් ගණන් කරලා තියවරයි මුන් තාම 52යි මිලියන 2යි මිලියන 10යි මෙතන මිලියන 2යි තාම 152යි කවුන්ට් කරලා තියෙන්නේ මම ඔක්කොම මේ ඇරිසෝනාත් ගිය පාර හොර ඡන්ද දාලා අරුන් දෙන්නේ Megan killing all the
Hey, it's great to see you. Can you believe this guy? Can you believe the energy and the stamina on this guy? At his age, I'm ready to go to sleep over there. He's got another rally to go to till tonight. Let me tell you, first of all, one of the reasons I wanted to come here, one of the many reasons I wanted to come here. When I launched my show 4 years ago, we had Mark Cuban on the program. You know? Yeah. May seem he was in the news this week. And he started going on about how bad America's race history was and how ashamed he was of America, and that's why he was at all these protests, and he felt it was really important to stand up and speak out about human rights violations. And then it got awkward when I asked him about all the money he was taking from China. But then he dropped a bunch of F-bombs, and I thought, I really enjoy this feeling of proving Mark Cuban wrong. And so here I am at a Trump rally, a strong, intelligent woman to prove Mark Cuban wrong again. I won't take up much of your time, but I do want to tell you the main reasons I am voting for Donald Trump. Number one, immigration. He mentioned it. And people like Laken Riley. I'll be thinking about her tomorrow all day. 22 years old, killed in Georgia, a young nursing student by an illegal. I'll be thinking about Jocelyn Nungare, 12 years old, in Texas, murdered by 2 Venezuelan illegals. President Trump closed the border. Kamala Harris opened it by choice. It wasn't accidental. She said it would be humane. That's what she and her boss believed. Tell it to Laken Riley's family. There was nothing humane about it. He closed it. They opened it. It was an intentional choice, and there's no reason not to believe they won't do it again. The boys should not be in the girls' sports. The boys should not be in the girls' bathrooms. The boys should not be in the girls' locker rooms. Peyton McNabb, North Carolina sophomore in high school, slammed so hard in the face by a volleyball hit at her by a boy.
Not නිදාගන්න නෑ මම මේක එකක් හරි කෝල් කරනවා මොකද මට ෂුවර් නෑ මම එකෙක්වත් මම ඔක්කොම හොරචන් දච්චු ගගහයි.
Kamala Harris looks at her and says, "Be kind. Suck it up." And that's what's right. Why do our girls have to face brain damage in order to be kind to boys who want to invade their sports? And by the way, they are going into the women's prisons. She changed the law in California to make sure the taxpayers would pay for their sex change operations. She was not just following the law, she changed the law. President Trump will stop it. He got mocked by the left for saying he would be a protector of women. He will be a protector of women, and it's why I'm voting for him. He will close the border. He will keep the boys out of girls' sports. and where they don't belong. And you know what else? One more thing. He will look out for our boys too. Our forgotten boys and our forgotten men. Guys like you. Guys like these guys who've got the calluses on their hands, who work for a living with the beards and the tats, who maybe have a beer after work and don't want to be judged by people like Oprah and Beyonce, who will never have to face the consequences of her disastrous economic policies. These guys will. He gets it. President Trump gets it. He will not look at our boys like they're second-class citizens. And ladies out there who want a bit of girl power in this election, let me tell you something. How can you win when the sons and the husbands and the brothers and the dads you love are losing? It's not a win. We care, young women and older.
Arizona සාම 152යි මේක තාම 100 ඔව් මුන් තාම හොඳට ගච්චු ගහනවා හොරෂන් දච්චු ගහනවා මේක නම් 158යි දැන්
in the womb that we forget about taking care of them once we're here and they're here and they're loved.
ඔව් තාම මේ ඒ වුණත් අර මේන් channels එකකින්වත් තාම ට්‍රම්ප්ට කෝල් කරලා නැහැ ඒක හිතා මම මේ ඉන්නේ එක මේන් channel එකකින් හරි කෝල් කරනවා එයානම් හැබැයි දිනමු මේකත් කිව්වා ස්පීච් එකක් දුන්නා ඒ වුණත් මම හොරෂන් දච්චු ගහනවා ඒක හිතා මට විශ්වාස තම සතේකට විශ්වාස නැහැ මුන්ව
so that they could vote for her instead of Trump. That's their version of what marriage looks like. An overbearing husband who bullies his wife into saying she voted one way as opposed to an honest, open relationship. Oh, wait, I'm talking about Kamala and Doug. Okay, sorry. Where was that story in the news? Where was that story? I don't remember a single media person, not one, who sat with him, asked him about the abuse allegations against him by a successful professional attorney who has great details, who has receipts, who has witnesses. No one even asked about it. I'm not into their version of toxic masculinity or new masculinity. I prefer the old version. Them, all of you, and I prefer a president who understands how to be strong and how to fight. I hope all of you do what I do.
හැමෝම hina වෙනවා අර අනිත් පැත්තේ ඉන්න සබ් හියුමන්ස් වල
The Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets and for all the
එක පැය 3කට කලින් මේ කාලකන්නියට ගැන මොකක්ද කියන්නේ ජෙරමි ප්‍රයිම් මේකට මම ලයික් එකකුත් දාලා හැමෝම අරුන්ට hina වෙනවා හොඳ වැඩි හැමෝම hina වෙන එක කරන්නේ Even rather 47% off.
is actually more
Mungkin
significant than
muda
this
bang.
one. I'm tempted to say Richard Nixon, but that really falls short of what Donald Trump has achieved.
Yeah, I mean, winning not just the electoral votes, but the popular vote as well.
And Anderson, it is hard to think of a political company.
මෙයා මොකද මෙයා තිබරද ස්ට්‍රීම් කරලා ඔව් ඒත් ස්ට්‍රීම් කරලා ඉවරයි crowd විතරයි ඉන්නේ.
Yes, absolutely right. Well, before we get to that, let me ask you this. Genuine question. Because during a couple of those breaks, I came out and I said, okay, look, Georgia, and I said, whether it's Georgia or North Carolina, if we feel confident, we want to be people who get to it first, but only if you're confident. I trust you guys. If you guys would have said no, and I just came out and said, by the way, we're calling these states for Donald Trump, probably wouldn't be working here tomorrow, right?
It would have been a little bit of a bridge too far. I mean, we always want to serve, you know, but there's a limit, and we would not give you the nod unless we were sure that we would go with it, you know, no questions about it. So there was no undue pressure there. You know, I think at the end of the day, everybody here was on the same page. Let's do it right, and that's exactly what happened.
At the end of the day, look, I grew up watching. I didn't have AM radio. I didn't have Fox News in Canada. I grew up watching Nick, literally stage side, right? I came into this as a comedian who had some opinions, and early on was banned from colleges, banned from clubs. And I said, well, you know what? I think that there are people out there who have this opinion. And so I never consider myself the authority. But we have people like Lane, we have people like George, even Sam from HR. As much as I hate to admit it, you guys all have to admit that Sam from HR gets some stuff right, especially when it comes to stats on the Jews.
We actually have him. He has Sam from HR has an update for us that's actually supposed to be pretty profound. He's out there ready.
Too close to call.
Right now, taking a moment to go to an update from. I don't want to steal your thunder, and we know that Sam from HR loves to steal thunder. But if you guys give permission, we'll go to an update from, Sam from HR.
I think. What do you think, Bobby? Yeah, we'll do it.
Okay, we'll do it. All right, let's go. We're gonna go to people at work. I have to put my headphones back on to hear his voice that is like nails on a Gentile chalkboard. Sam from HR.
Well, Stephen, Gerald, how are y'all doing tonight?
1 second, our sound guy's drunk. Okay, all right. Sam from HR. I don't like that you're here.
No, neither.
But I understand that it's a necessary evil. What's the update?
Well, the update is that the bathroom is out of service. Someone dropped an upper decker in the staff bathroom. So, anyways, I was informed that Wisconsin has been called for President Trump.
Oh, really? Hey, I think we need an eagle sound because it's a state call. I didn't even give you a state call stinger, so you did that. You snuck it in there so that I couldn't do all the pomp and circumstance.
That's right.
You have relatives in Wisconsin there, Sam?
No, most of my family is concentrated in Florida, New York, and New Jersey.
Poor choice of words, Fred.
Bad word.
We don't allow anti-Semitism on this program.
Hold
Isn't
on,
that right? Isn't that right, Mr. DiPaolo?
Absolutely not. Don't. That was very. You hate Jews.
Wait, you said we just called Wisconsin?
We just called
Did we
Wisconsin.
call?
Oh wait, did we just hold on a second, guys? I forgot that we've licensed this. What? I'm having a good time, having a good time. Wisconsin took some fish to me tonight. Live the high life. Sheboygan got some tasty cheese.
ඒ වගේ සින්දු ෂුවර් නෑ කොපිරයිටඩ්ද කියලා. CBC, ABC, The Guardian බලමු. ඕ ඒ ටික උන් හොරචන්දාච්චු ගහනවා ඒවා අර බැලන්ස් කරන්න. අනිත් පැත්තට බැලන්ස් කරන්න. Pennsylvania flip වුණ එක නම් ලොකු දෙයක් 19 electoral college college votes 19ක් තියෙනවා මේක flip වුණ එකෙන් තමයි මේ election එක කලින්ම අනිත් පැත්තට ගියේ Pennsylvania වලින් යාට වෙඩි තිබ්බෙත් Pennsylvania වලනේ ට්‍රම්ප්ට වෙඩි තිබ්බෙත් මේ හොර ගෑණි කන්සීඩ් කරන්න නැතුව ඔය ඉන්නේ ඕකට ඔය හොරචන්දච්චු ගහන්න. නැත්තම් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අනිත් එහා පැත්තේ එක්කෙනා වික්ටරි ස්පීච් එක දුන්නාම අනිත් සයිඩ් එකේ එක්කෙනා හරිනම් ස්පීච් එක දෙන්න ඕනේ පෙරදුන එක්කෙනා විදියට. ට්‍රම්ප් පොපියුලර් වෝට් එක දිනන එක තමයි මේ ඉලෙක්ෂන් එකේ තියෙන ලොකුම surprise එක. New York Times එකේ මොකද මුන් ඔක්කොම පට්ට බොරු කියන්නේ New York Times එකේ එහෙම. Update our terms. Very likely Trump හොඳ වැඩේ මුන්ටත්. Alaska, which has not voted for a Democrat in 60 years, would put him over the top. Wisconsin, Arizona තාම 55යි කවුන්ට් කරලා තියෙන්නේ. Nevada වල 73යි. ඔක්කොම බොරුනේ මෙච්චර මේ වගේ ජනගහනෙත් නෑ එච්චර. ඒ වුණත් තාම කවුන්ට් කරලා නෑ. Wisconsin 92ක් කවුන්ට් කරලා. ඒ 92ක් දැන් පැය ගාණක්ම 92යි. මේ මැප් එක පට්ට ගොම්. තාම මේගොල්ලෝ මේ පෙන්සිල්වේනියා එක මේ කෝල් කරලත් නෑ. ෂෙෆ් හසිත ගාඩියන් එක අපි බලුවා තව මොකක්ද මුන් ඔක්කොම පට්ට ෆේක් නිවුස් NBC හැම බොරුමයි කියන්නේ NPR එකේ කියමු මොකද කියන්නේ උඹුනුත් බොරු කියන්නේ මුංගා මැප් එකක් කරලා මොන හිඟන්නද මුන් live forecast very likely Trump මුංගා මැප් එකක් නැද්ද Trump 312ක් ගන්නවා කියලා තමයි මම ප්‍රෙඩික්ට් කරන්නේ. Chance of winning presidency Trump 95යි අර 105යි. රෑ 9 වෙද්දි ටිකක් ළඟ තිබිලා තියෙන්නේ. නොවැම්බර් 6 වෙද්දි ඒ කියන්නේ ප්‍රෑ 12 වෙද්දි ප්‍රෑ 12 වෙද්දි ગેප් එක එන ලොකු ગેප් එකක් තිබිලා තියෙනවා. සෙනේට් එක දෙන්න මේගොල්ලෝ සීට්ස් දෙකක් ෆ්ලිප් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඔහායෝයි කොයිද හවුස් එක තමයි හවුස් එක දෙන්නොත් ඔක්කොම අතේ බලය සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම අතේ. CNN පට්ටම බොරු කියන්නේ. බලමු මොකද කියන්නේ කියලා. උන්ගේ මූණවල ඔක්කොම දැන් ඇම්බරිලා තියෙන්නේ. 197යි නේ 4 flip මේගොල්ලෝ 1 flipped. President. මොකද මේජර් නිවුස් ස්ටේෂන් එකක් කෝල් කරොත් එහෙම ට්‍රම්ප්ට ආයි මුන් කොච්චර හොර ඡන්ද ප්‍රින්ට් කරත් ඒක ආයි ආපස්සට යවන්න බෑ. ඒකයි මුන් ඔය මේ කෝල් කරන්නේ නැතුව හොරගල් අහුලා ඉන්නේ ලංකාවේ වගේ තමයි. සියට 95ක් කවුන්ට් කරලා තියෙනවා ලක්ෂයක ලීඩ් එකක් විස්කොන්සින් කෝල් කරන්න හරි වෙලාව.
One thing I want to say is obviously it's almost 3 a.m. God's time Central.
People are still buying merch, which is crazy.
So I don't think we'll be doing a show in the morning at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Well, technically we are doing a show in the morning right now.
Well, technically we are right now.
So.
But, you know, you can be, we always say here, right, you can be
47%
first
off.
or you can be best. And tonight we were both. We were first and best. But I do think that Thursday morning is probably when we'll want to do a rundown looking at the full picture that we have of the data. And kind of at that point with some clarity saying, okay, this is where we saw some things break. That maybe we didn't expect, or maybe we saw some anomalies, or maybe we saw some consistencies, because I do have full faith in you guys and the entire team out there. And by the way, thanks to Lane the Brain, he was like, look, I've been on here all night.
Yeah.
Bring out George the Greek and bring out Bobby.
Yeah,
he even said begrudgingly, Sam from HR, he said they deserve to have their faces seen. Thank you guys. And not to put you on the spot, but I think, can we count on you guys for Thursday morning to give a rundown of all this stuff going on?
Yes, absolutely.
I'll change my flight.
Mostly because of the team out there. Absolutely thank you to everybody out there in the studio. We couldn't do what we do without them, and they make it possible for us to do that.
And I don't know if you know this, but Nancy, bitch got 6 Emmys.
6.
She's a showrunner. Bitch got 6 Emmys.
Can we call that one yet, or is that too close to call?
What, the 6 Emmys? We already know
she
it.
Got 6?
She does have 6.
All right,
Yeah,
confirmed.
she already has 6. It's confirmed.
First call.
Food Network.
මේගොල්ලෝගේ මේ ප්‍රශ්න නොකද ප්‍රශ්න කැතයි.
Onions on it. What the hell is
the fuck?
Don't be jealous.
Let's visit.
Thank you. And you know what? I say this without a hint of hyperbole here. Is you guys tonight, I don't know if you feel it, but you guys made history. This is the first time this has ever taken place. It's the first time that a ragtag crew, to use that term, you guys and everyone out there who made this happen, and not only made it happen, but made it happen with the trust. And you know what? I'm really grateful that we didn't abuse it, that we didn't take advantage of it, and I'm really grateful.
Solid, man.
Genuinely. George the Greek and Bobby, ladies and gentlemen. Now go out there and have a drink or two,
There you
because I
go.
know you've been on call here tonight.
Yeah.
Let's
මේගොල්ලෝ පැය 8ක්
put,
ස්ට්‍රීම්
you know,
කළා.
let's
හැබැයි
put,
මේගොල්ලෝක සංසන්දනය කරලා මම නම් එදා පැය 25ක් ද කොහෙද ස්ට්‍රීම් කරා.
because we're looking at we'll take some chats. We still do have
Sounds
some
like 240,000 people watching us.
Are you
right now.
kidding me?
Yeah,
At
I know.
3 a.m.
How much crack is in
3:41 on the East Coast. You guys are fantastic. We
Well,
love
Pop
you.
Scott, you can go up there next to Nick there in third and fourth chair. And yeah, you know what, Brodigan, if you want to take a spot in red chair.
Well,
Yeah, Brodigan,
Thank you
let's go
guys.
red
We really
chair.
appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. And we will need a refill here with whatever it is. Oh, you're taking Gerald's seat. Okay. I don't know. Are we going to take some chat there, Noodles? I know.
Sure.
You know, I know it's a long night, but it's not nearly as long as it could have been.
No, I think we still got. Yeah, we still got several thousand
all right.
people.
Well,
We
let's,
were
uh,
prepped for Arizona's days.
මේගන් කෙලි මෙයාගේ ස්පීච් එක තමයි කරන් බැලුවේ.
And said, because I really want to do a door knock. Watch, here it is.
Hey, Max. Well, I want a door knock.
Oh, you want to do a door knock?
Okay.
Okay, here, I'm gonna. I had your hat on. The Penn State is right thing.
It is? Yes, yeah.
Morning.
There's the acting after she did it. I mean, I have secondhand embarrassment. She can't do anything normally, Charlie.
Acting is a good word. There's some videos that have gone around on Twitter where they put side by side her performance at various rallies with the exact same words, the exact same head movement.
I think we have that.
Yeah.
Do we have that, Steve? Where she says the same words at all the rallies?
Night party on the wedding cancels.
We have it. Yep, watch it. Handy producers are getting it ready. No, we'll play it later. Sorry.
Well, the point I was making really was that everyone to some extent does that. I mean, if you make speeches, you know the jokes that work, and your timing is broadly the same when you tell them and so on. But this is too much. And that's all she is. It's all she's got. There's nothing there. She's just an avatar. And it's not just that she doesn't believe in anything, it's that she's obviously therefore susceptible
Associated Press
to being fed ideas. And I also find that quite alarming as the potential president of the United States.
That's why they chose her.
Yeah, it's not even just that I don't know what she stands for. I don't know who she is.
Or who she's going to be programmed by.
Right.
Controlled by.
There's also the New York Times profile of this podcaster who did the interview with her.
Oh, yeah.
They have a light,
the subway,
informal thing, that irritates you or you want to change. And they had a negotiation. Will she say it's taking your shoes off on the plane that annoys her? And then she switched. She was going to maintain that bacon bits are spice, right? And the guy's Muslim and doesn't eat bacon, so I was like, can we not do this? And there's this long, complicated negotiation. And he ended up just pulling the plug, right?
Yeah.
But does Trump do that with any of these bro podcasters he sits down with for 3 hours? No, not in a million years.
No, hell no. Exactly. I mean, it's the same person who had to rehearse for the dinner party. That's the person who had to ask the people to go back in.
Everything you need to know.
So she could do the door knock, and the person who had to
Ah,
come
මේක
in
චුට්ටක් යනවා. ඇලස්කා නම් ටික ටික
crazy. Then clearly somebody
වැඩි
told her
වෙනවා
not to say
count එක.
the shoes on the airplane.
මොකද ඇලස්කා count කරලා ඉවරනොත් ඒක කෝල් කරොත් එහෙම ඉවරයි. ඡන්ද ඉවරයි. මේක මොකද 266ක් කරලා තියෙන එකක් මිසින්.
Cam suggested another thing for her to say. Why don't you say this other thing?
267ක්
And she was frozen. I mean, it just shows you exactly how.
මුන්ට ගණන් කරන්න දන්න වොෂින්ටන්
No sense
පෝස්ට්
of
එකේ.
self. And think about it. I'll just make one point before we take a break. Well, not take a break, but move on. You saw the movie Reagan. They portray in the movie Reagan in the negotiations that we're having with the Soviets and how like, he got on his feet.
මේක දැන් 52 ඉඳන් 55ට ගිහිල්ලා ටිකක්.
Yes. She's not capable.
No.
All right, stand by. Ben Shapiro's here, and I want to talk to him too. He's hosted the Ben Shapiro Show and editor emeritus of the Daily Wire. Ben, great to see you. What are you looking at tonight, and how you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling cautiously optimistic. I don't do feelings, so this is very difficult for me. People keep asking me how I'm feeling, and I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about right now. But, the early indicators right now, I mean, listen, my home state of Florida is kicking ass as per the usual arrangement. All credit to Governor Ron DeSantis, who's moved that state into deep red territory. But there are some good sort of bellwethers there for the rest of the evening, possibly. Osceola County, which is a very heavily Hispanic county. A lot of Puerto Ricans live there. That county has broken heavily in favor of the Republicans. And so that may speak to the possibility that the Puerto Rican Tony Hinchcliffe of all of that sort of stuff is a giant fail. Obviously, what you're seeing in Georgia is a bit of mixed data. You're seeing what you would expect, Donald Trump not performing particularly well in suburban areas, but doing really well among the rural areas. I've heard some indicators from some rumblings from people inside some of the campaigns in Pennsylvania that she is not getting, Kamala Harris is not getting sort of urban turnout that she was looking for thus far, but rural
Wall
turnout
Street Journals
really
අනිත් හොරු ටික
precisely
මුත්
what Trump
බොරුමයි
needs.
කියන්නේ.
Again, I
Wall
think
Street
that
Journal.
cautious optimism is probably the only proper response to the data that we're seeing thus far. But one of the things that I just find hard to comprehend is the possibility that anyone would be enthusiastic about voting for her. This is the thing I just keep coming back to in this election cycle. I've heard a lot of people make the case for Trump. I'm one of those people. I've heard a lot of people make the case against Donald Trump. And, whatever that case is, maybe it has some merit. The thing I have never heard anyone make is a case for Kamala Harris. Because that case does not exist. Kamala Harris can't even make a case for Kamala Harris. She can't even explain why she's the nominee. According to Kamala Harris, Joe Biden is just fine. So I'm not even sure why she's there. So if you are a Kamala Harris voter, are you excited about voting for Kamala, or are you excited about voting against Trump? And is being excited about voting against Trump really enough to get you up off the couch in the middle of a weekday afternoon to vote for her? I don't know that's going to be enough.
The latest exit poll These update, as I said to the audience, every hour, and these numbers could change and will change. But right now, the latest exit poll shows the most important issue facing the country on a national basis is the economy and jobs. 39% say that's number one. 20% say immigration. 11% say abortion. That's good news. That is good news for Trump. If it's because earlier in earlier versions of the poll, you saw abortion up higher. In state to state, we've seen it a little higher, but on a national level, if it's down that far behind economy and immigration, that's good. And that was definitely the Trump campaign closing message. Those two issues.
ඇලස්කෝල දැන් 162 ඇලස්කෝල උන් ටක් ටක් ගාලා දැන් ගණන් කරනවා මොකද අර මේ ට්‍රම්ප් 270ට පුෂ් කරන්න.
The Fox News exit poll, one of the only issues there is that if you look at the CNN exit polls, which again, all exit polls,
මේක තාම 52යි මේ කාලකන්ණි හොරචන්ද අච්චු ගහන මුළු රැය එළිවෙන
to read anything from it, and so I always, lead with that proviso when I'm talking about the exit polling data. The CNN exit polls had an option for democracy under threat, which has of course been Kamala's message and Biden's message. That one ranked number one, narrowly over the economy in the CNN exit poll. I'm not sure that was an option on the Fox News exit poll. So again, very, very difficult to tell what's going on. One thing is for sure, Donald Trump his vote is showing up. And I don't think there's a question of whether Donald Trump's vote is showing up. The real question is whether her vote is going to show up. The thing that's kind of boggling my mind a little bit is the number of voters who are showing up thus far.
Chicken really ගිය පාර බයිඩන් මිලියන 2.8යි මිලියන 2.6යි.
The number of people who actually voted increased about 22 million people from 2016 to 2020, largely because, of course, everybody was voting early and voting by mail and COVID and all of this stuff. And so I had sort of supposed that there was the possibility that you'd actually see an absolute decline in the number of voters from 2020 to 2024, because usually it doesn't jump by 22 million. Usually it jumps by like 4 or 5 million. Apparently, the returns are showing thus far that there is not only a good shot that this turnout matches 2020, but that it actually exceeds it by a fairly significant amount. And so if you were going to game this out, we were speaking with Brent Buchanan from Signal, who's one of these polling experts. What he was suggesting is if you were at 2016 levels of turnout, like low levels of turnout, benefit to Trump. 2020 levels of turnout, probably benefit to Kamala. Above that, no one has any clue.
That's true about everything. Right now, we're talking about it because it's the only story that anybody cares about. But honestly, I've been through this so many times. So have you been. You know that everything we're looking at right now, all this data, all these issues, all these numbers that are up on the board, they're meaningless until we get later into the evening and we actually know more. We see more raw vote come in. In a short amount of time, we're going to start to see more on the counties by counties that may portend something about how Trump's doing with Hispanics or how Kamala's doing with black voters. But, in the meantime, it's really not much more than that. There are a huge number of people who voted early, though. We've got some 84 million who voted early in this race, and it was disproportionately, for the first time, Republican. We have a greater percentage of Republicans, people who identify as Republicans in the country now than Democrat for the first time in decades, Ben. That doesn't mean they're Trump supporters. A lot of Republicans don't love Trump, but most are ready to vote for Trump. So what do you think that means for tonight? Because they're not enthusiastic about Trump on the GOP side, but in 2 elections, they have come home for him. The independents, last time, not so much.
Yeah, no, I think that it would be shocking if Republicans did not come home for Trump. And in fact, you are seeing some early indicators of that really, really high voter turnout in the red states, obviously, for Donald Trump. But you're also seeing some indicators in like Loudoun County in Virginia. Loudoun County, you heard a lot of talk about that. You remember during the gubernatorial race between Glenn Youngkin and Terry McAuliffe. That county, the results are in there, and it moved right by about 9 points. So you are seeing a lot of Republicans who are coming home. How independents break, totally unclear at this point in time. I think that one thing that it's very hard to read what's going to happen tonight. One thing that I think is clearly happening nationally, and this is very good for Republicans over the long haul, is the movement of population from north to south, from blue areas to red areas, is shifting the demographic nature of voting in the country. And what that means is that when we do the next census, right, in 2030, you're going to see a radical shift in the map. So right now, we're Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. All those states are getting redder. Virginia is getting bluer. But in terms of the absolute number of electoral college votes for each state, that changes, obviously, with every census cycle. So by 2030, you're going to see more electoral college votes actually shift to states like Florida, like Texas, like Georgia, like Arizona. And when that happens, there's a great possibility that by that point, maybe cold comfort, depending on how tonight goes, by that point, you might be able to see a Republican candidate without winning any of these so-called blue wall states. The entire map just changes.
Wow. Wow, those are little sweet nothings you're whispering here on the show. Appreciate that. This just in, Ben. This is interesting. NBC. The headline is Harris loses ground with Latinos nationwide. Latino men are breaking for Trump.
Steven Crowder time alive.
See, I mean, that late breaker number, that's going to change too. So huge asterisks on it all. Ben Shapiro, you're the best. Check him out on the Ben Shapiro Show and over at the Daily Wire. You should sign up for a Daily Wire Plus membership. I did it. Well worth it. And you can see Matt Walsh's smash hit movie, Am I Racist? Everybody I know loves the film, Ben. Thank you for helping make it.
Hey, thanks, Megan. I really appreciate it.
Okay, up next, we've got Henry Olsen. He was on the program earlier and told us what he'd be looking for when the polls started to close tonight, and now he'll tell us what he's seeing. He's senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center and host of the Beyond the Polls podcast. He joins me now. Henry, thank you for being back with us. So one of the things you wanted to look at was Virginia 3. Have you been able to glean anything from Virginia 3, which you said would be interesting because it's a predominantly black area, and we were going to see how she was doing with African-American voters there?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we've been seeing from the exit polls so far is that Trump is making some gains in different areas, but it perhaps maybe not as large as what we had thought. Right now, there aren't enough votes in all of Virginia 3 to be sure, in the sense that they are dropping some votes, but it's very, very heavily tilted to some areas, so I don't feel comfortable in talking about Virginia 3. But Virginia 7 is much more interesting, and there you're seeing the sort of gains that you would expect from a good night, not a great night, but a good night for a Republican, that the areas that are Democratic are not being as Democratic as they should be, and Republican areas are coming in very strong. This could very well be a place where Eugene Vindman, the Democratic candidate trying to hold the seat, loses. He's only up by 4% right now, and the votes that are out tilt towards the Republicans. I can't do the math quickly, but this is going to be much closer. It's not going to be a 7-point win for him, and if it's not a 7-point win for him, it's not going to be a 7-point win for her.
Okay, that's interesting. That guy Vindman, his sister-in-law was the one who was out there celebrating when Trump got shot, was saying, oh, no ears were harmed, go on about your business. And then people were like, take that down, you ghoul. And she said, no, I won't. Yeah. And then finally, somebody was like, hey, your brother-in-law's running for Congress. This isn't helpful. And she finally was like, oh, I'm very contrite. That was wrong of me. I wonder whether people are still holding it against her. Okay, what else are we looking at? I know we talked a little bit earlier today. We talked about Virginia, and one of the questions I heard discussed, it was Steve Kornacki was raising this. Tell me whether any of this resonates with you. Was he was looking down in Georgia? Does Fayette County go blue? It's something that had predominantly gone for Republicans, like Mitt Romney by 30 points, and has been migrating a little bit more Democrat. Looking in Michigan at a county, Macomb versus Oakland. Macomb more GOP, Oakland more Dem. Wondering, how much those counties would go and whether it tells us anything. Are you seeing anything else in other counties besides Virginia 7?
කිව්වේ නැති ටික තාම කියලා නැහැ.
92% of the votes in, and Donald Trump is one.
තාම ගණන් කරනවා. හොරචන්ද අච්චුක ගහ ගණන් කරනවා. මේක තාම 50.1. නෙවාඩා තාම 91. මිචිගන් තාම 82. මේක තාම 92. ඒක වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. දශමෙන් දශමෙ වෙනස් වෙන්නේ.
Ticker or the needle says that Georgia leans to Trump. And if you take a look at the exit poll, it suggests a 2-point margin for Trump. Nate Cohn in the New York Times Needle now says a 2.8 margin for Trump. So Georgia is looking good for Trump. She's not hitting her marks there, and part of that is lower than expected margins with African Americans. But all of the exit poll data, and where we can see it in Florida, shows massive switches among Latinos. We heard a lot about
Nevada call for Trump. Arizona still furiously printing ballots and stalled at 58%.
Guess who's winning Osceola County?
I repeat, Nevada, the land of freedoms and fraud. රෑන්ස් මූල කියලා කියලා
Wow. That's the other big story.
මං කිව්වේ මේ මේගොල්ලොත් කියන්නේ ඒක
He's doing
තමයි.
very well with Latinos.
අච්චු ගහනවා කියලා.
Maybe
Arizona
maybe
is still
he's doing better
figuring
in
the
Virginia
printing
7
balance.
than she would like to see. What else are we seeing in the overall trending?
The female surge is not going to bring the Democrats to victory in an overwhelming way. All of the exit polls show that the percentage of women as the electorate might be up by a point or two, but Trump is winning men by much more than she's winning women. So what you've got in poll after poll after poll is Trump winning.
Oh. Hey, what are you doing?
Elon Musk.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, well, I got mini-me here.
It certainly is.
Mini-me, you complete me.
What's your name? What's your name?
Actually, I'm going to show you if it does this.
පොඩි කවිකාර කියලා.
I think it is.
This is wild.
Should we help President Trump?
Yeah.
Well, you have.
Truth from the mouth of babes.
It looks like. I mean, it looks.
I started this the quiet lead.
I know what you're saying, X. But you're getting you have the general vibe.
Yeah.
Before in
you got the
space
vibe.
acts and quietly just do whatever we want.
Figure like joke though.
Compared to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
මේ අනිත් මුං ඔක්කොම පට්ට මන්ද බුද්ධිකයෝ. ලංකාවේ නැවතුවා වගේ තමයි මේකේ අර ස්ටේට්ස් වල නැවතුලා උන් අච්චු ගහනවා. ලක්ෂ ගානක් අච්චු ගහන්න එපේ.
On YouTube and Kick at Hollywood Scholar.
Where can they find you, brother? Where can they find you, brother?
We haven't won the war, but we just won a major battle. And Trump is set to win the popular vote and obviously electoral vote. He's the winner. It's already capitulated. This is a big deal. But hey, we won the battle. Now we got to win the war. So I'm very thankful to all the viewers and listeners that kept us on air through this. It's so archetypal. It's so metaphysical. It's so right.
12 points, 14 points among men, losing women by 7, 8, 9 points. And what you've got is, when you do the math, the fact that women are more of the electorate don't outweigh the losses that she has among men. If Donald Trump wins the presidency, it will be because his margins among men are larger than her women, larger
mung sadakalin
among
panas tunai
women.
mung ඇත්තටම
And you have to
හොරචන්දච්ච
say
ගාන
that
වුණා
might be a cause and effect. It's,
anu
they
එකයි
might like
මෙතන
Trump and they
තාම
might like what Trump is doing, but they might also be reacting negatively to a highly women-focused campaign in the last 2 weeks by Kamala Harris.
Oh, Henry, you're so helpful. Please don't go far. Love having you. Thank you so much. Keep getting your data, and we'll go back to you for an update. I should tell the audience, the New York Times, he spoke of the needle. New York Times projecting needle is now projecting Trump will win 275 to Harris's 263. But I have to say, Henry, before you run, isn't that the same needle that told us Hillary Clinton was going to win 2016 by like 93% certainty?
Since I live tweet on Election Day, I wasn't looking at the needle, but Nate Cohn is a superb analyst, and what they do on the data side of the New York Times is very, very accurate. If the needle says it moves in one direction, I don't think that we should discount the needle. Your listeners may think what they want about the Times news reporting. Nate and the data side are straight down the middle, and I don't think you're getting any sort of tilt. If they say leans to Trump, it's leaning to Trump.
Thread the needle. They're saying Trump 275, Harris 263. That's their best projection, according to the needle. We will be back to Henry in just a bit. Joining me now on set, Maureen Callahan, columnist for the Daily Mail and author of the new book, Ask Not, which is a must-read on the Kennedy family. Takes you all through the JFK stuff and the JFK Jr. stuff. You will love it, I promise you. Maureen, great to have you.
Great to be with you, Megan.
You look beautiful.
So do you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, by the way, again, on your rally performance last night.
Oh, thank you.
Which was really something to behold. And I just have to say, you mentioned in your speech how the media wasn't prosecuting the Doug Emhoff question enough. Absolutely true. But you are also probably the lone voice who is naming the women and that 12-year-old girl, Jocelyn, murdered by illegal migrants, and bringing the trans issue and what it's doing to our girls and young women up and up and up. And it's so important. And it was just really incredible to have somebody bring that home the night before the election.
Thank you. It's just been so annoying to
I won this election by a lot.
The issue of the female vote to the other side. Like, what is she offering women other than abortions? I mean, truly.
That's it. It's so short-sighted, but isn't that her entire campaign? Surfacey and short-sighted. She thinks she's going to win the female vote on the backs of abortion, which, as you rightly pointed out, especially this past week, it's never going to be federalized, ever, and it shouldn't be.
No, it won't be. They won't open that door. Once they open it for the Democrats to do it, it's open forever for the Republicans to issue a ban, a nationwide ban, if that's the way they go with it. So they're not that dumb. They understand full well if they say, yeah, the feds can regulate this. It means either side.
So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well.
And if they get rid of minority rights in the Senate, then the Republicans will take advantage of that one day, too. They're not that stupid, and abortion is too important to them. It's just a lure to get young women and older to the polls. It's a lie. It's so dishonest. And meanwhile, women are being killed right now by these illegals, by criminals on our street, thanks to these soft-on-crime DAs, hurt in their sports, women being hurt in prisons by these trans people. It's just none of that. The media, total blackout. They treated it the same way they treated those Doug Emhoff allegations.
100%. 100%. And it makes me, as a female voter, so furious. And it's just, you know, watching some of the coverage that's been going on just now.
Raise of his Arizona.
They're having a premature victory party.
96% from 2020.
So disingenuous because they've just been nothing but
the best they can do is to carry
admittedly, of the Harris campaign. And I have to say, speaking to Charlie earlier before your show, he said with certainty, I think it's going to be Kamala Harris. And I felt panic. I'm losing my voice, Megan. I think this election is killing us. I just want it to be over in the worst way.
I have to say, I too have had a pit in my stomach
Have you?
all day. And it's, you know, it's just, I want data. And it's so hard to come by until longer. We have to wait longer. It's like when you're waiting for a great vacation or you're waiting for the results of an important test or something.
Do you have cancer?
Yeah. What?
Maybe. No, not you. But like if you're in the doctor's office waiting to hear the result of a biopsy, I feel like that. I feel like it's that consequential.
Yes. All right, stand by. I know two ladies who would like to weigh in on this. They're here to join our discussion. Emily Jashinsky, she's D.C. correspondent for Unheard, and Eliana Johnson, editor-in-chief of the Washington
Treat the word
Beacon.
impossible
Ladies, welcome.
as
Great to see
nothing
you.
more
Are you having a
than
feeling? Do you guys
motivation.
have the-
Never, ever quit. Never quit. Adversity makes you stronger. Don't
right
give
now,
in.
when I feel
Don't
like
back
the
down.
next,
And never
5
stop doing
hours,
what you know
we're
is
going to
right.
be towards
They want to take away my freedom
else
because I will never let them take away your freedoms. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way.
When they couldn't beat him, they tried to bankrupt him.
President Trump is back in a New York City courtroom.
When that didn't work, they tried to put him in federal prison.
Raided by the FBI.
When that didn't work, they even tried to kill him.
They just tried to kill President Trump.
Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight, ready to win, and ready to make America great again.
This is Donald Trump's house, brother.
This election,
we all get to choose. I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. The 45th and soon to be 47th President Donald J. Trump. Starting on day one, we will defeat inflation quickly and we will make America affordable again. I will cut your energy costs in half. It's time for the working man and woman to finally catch a break. We are going to bring back the American dream bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. When I'm back in the White House, we will restore world peace, and it will be again peace through strength. I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. And we'll put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. We all salute the same great American flag. Our
MSNBC men Nanik Kal
plus that will be voting for a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who has said just in the recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview. A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one. A man who said he was going to terminate the Constitution. A man who said he was going to use the Army and he was going to use the National Guard on his political opponents. I literally could go on all day, and yet you talk to Trump voters and they'll go, he didn't say that. Wait, now I didn't hear him. And then you say, well, here's the quote, and then they'll go, yeah, he didn't mean that. So there's something far more long-lasting than just Donald Trump, the candidate. There is a sort of Russian embrace of disinformation, a radical devaluing of truth over the last 9 to 10 years, and a complete ignorance on civics and what the term Madisonian democracy even means, what checks
හැමෝම ඉනා වෙන අනිත් පැත්තට. ඔක්කොම මෝඩයෝනේ. GOP එක කෝල් කරලා පැයකට කලින් ට්‍රම්ප් වෙන්ස් කියලා. Fox එකෙන් කෝල් කරලා elected 47 president කියලා. අර අනිත් පැත්තට කාඩේ යන සට්ටංගනාල්ල ටික තාම කෝල් කරලා නැහැ. नरेंद्र मोदी कंग्रेचुलेट करला ट्रम्प पैकेट कॉलिंग में मैं ब्रिटिश प्राइम मिनिस्टर कियर स्टार्मर ඔක්කොම වර්ල්ඩ් ඊට ඉතින් කන්ග්‍රැචුලේට් කරනවා දැන් මුන් කොච්චර හොර චාන්දාච්ච ගැහුවත් ඉතින් ඕක මාරු කරන්න බෑ ඇලස්කත් 73ක් 155 115ක ලීඩ් එක ඇලස්කත් අවුරුදු 60කින් අනිත් පැත්තට ඡන්දෙ දීලා නැහැ ඒකින්ද ඔය ඇලස්ක නම් කවදාවත් නැහැ ඒ තුන ආවහම ඔය 270 හරි මේක මුන් ඔය ඇරිසෝනා වල ඉන්නේ පට්ට මොහොරු මේවා වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ මේ ඇරිසෝනා වල තාම හොර ඡන්දච්ච ගහනවා අච්චු ගගහ අර අනිත් සයිඩ් එකට ඇඩ් කරනවා ඡන්ද ටික ඒක කරන්නේ ऑस्ट्रेलियन जनाधिपति freakhim.com Still too.
As they did in 2016. In which case, the bulwark, against whatever overreach there could be, and whatever those depredations might be, and I think you're going to have a tendency to overreach if they do, is the kind of thing that's democracy between elections, which is the work of civil society, it's the work of the fourth estate, it's the work of institutions, it's the work of citizens. All that's super important stuff. We've seen it before. The House, we're not going to know for weeks, but it's possible.
Kamala HQ උන්ට හැමෝම hina වෙනවා.
You. I want to say good evening to all yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken.
උන් හොර ජන්දාච්චු ගහනවා. හැමෝම අනිත් hina වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. හොඳ වැඩේ උන්ට. Japan, no. All Japanese new programs all reported US president this. Japan American election එක anime එකක් කරගෙන. Obama must be making our rights over. Hein has finally been expelled.
The New York Times Needle having it like that close, projecting a win for Donald Trump, but having it so close. There's 30,000 ballots that need to be recounted by hand in Milwaukee. We know already Pennsylvania is not expecting to get results until 2 or 3 in the morning. So we have some of these bellwethers that look pretty good for Donald Trump. Now, Kamala Harris has gained in some suburban counties, although not all of them, but she has made some significant gains in those suburban counties. But Donald Trump is making gains in rural counties, making big gains in Florida, as Henry mentioned. And so it just feels like we're going to be in a situation that 2, 3 in the morning comes around and we are still biting our nails about what's happening in Pennsylvania.
Stop
Wisconsin.
it right now. Stop it.
I know.
You are unheard. No, it didn't happen. Didn't hear that. Stop it, Emily Jasinski. But, Eliana, listen to this. This is interesting. The New York Times, Nate Cohn, we were talking about his needle. Not his needle. Forgive me. You know what I'm saying? That sounds pornographic for me.
Gotta have some fun.
The needle from the New York Times. Times projecting Trump victory, Trump 275, Harris 263, and now another update from him. We now estimate Harris's lead in the national popular vote to be just over 1 percentage point. This is somewhat smaller than we opened the night with, and it's almost entirely attributable to Trump's strong result in Florida. Across all counties, precincts, and townships counted so far, Trump is running 0.3 points ahead of our expectations, and perhaps that's all Florida. So that's interesting. It's Florida, Eliana, but it's interesting because one of the big questions coming into tonight was, are the polls, the national polls, underestimating the Trump support? And what he seems to be saying here is maybe we're getting some evidence that they were.
And I think the other open question is, can you extrapolate some of the results in Florida to similar counties in Georgia where we still don't know the result? But I think one of the things we can say right now,
if he has to call this race,
before we know anything really, is that we're absolutely seeing a continuing realignment of the political parties, with minorities coming increasingly into the Republican Party and the Democratic Party increasingly becoming more a party of white coastal elites. You mentioned and talked with Henry, Megan, about exit polls showing that a 10-point shift in Latino men toward Donald Trump, and also exit points showing Trump performing as well as about winning about 25% of the African American vote. Those are numbers that would have made, George W. Bush or Mitt Romney faint if they had seen them. And it does right now. I think the question that everybody is grappling right now is, will Trump's gains with white men and men of all colors, because his gains with men are extending to Latino men, African American men, outweigh whatever gains she's been able to make with women?
Emily, you're already hearing some grumbling from some on the left about, there's just people in this country who'll never vote for a woman. They're just never going to vote for a woman. And then there was the Jen Psaki line over on MSNBC suggesting, whatever happens in this election, what we're really going to need to do is crack down on social media and insist that they be held to the same standards as those of us on cable news. Emily fell over. That's how shocking that statement was. She fell over. She's back. So what do you make of it's sexist that people aren't voting for her, and the problem is these internet provocateurs who aren't held to the same high standards as MSNBC?
Yeah, it's going to be really frightening to see what happens in a scenario where Donald Trump wins. We sort of already saw what happened after 2016, which was the left kind of sprint in the other direction and actually get even more censorious. It wasn't really till Donald Trump hit the stage that we started outwardly seeing these sort of boastful calls and demands, actually, not just from elected officials, but from normal people on the left who identified as left-leaning in this country, demanding that they be protected from speech they don't like because they don't trust other voters to make their minds up, right? They think that people need to have their hands held by journalists and by pollsters and by the social media companies to put those, it's like, your bumper,
the International Championship prize pool from 2011
and that accelerated after November of 2016, on another level. It didn't,
දෙකයි මොකක්ද අපිට ටාවල්ට වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මම ඉස්සර ගහපු ගේම් එක
and respect the dignity of these voters. It was, we must be protected from
What
the speech
happened?
of
I
these
don't know
voters.
her
These
doing
voters must
well.
be protected from the speech of other voters because they will have their minds changed in the direction we don't
Oh,
want.
හැමෝම what happened
I'm not
කියලා.
surprised by this at all. I would expect that if Donald Trump wins, that will triple. We've seen it double down. I think we'll see it triple down, honestly.
This reminds me, Maureen, while I have you here. Last night there was a Twitter fight between Josh of the Daily Mail. Forgive me, I'm blanking on his last name. The guy who broke the MHOF stuff.
Story.
So he got into an argument with Bill Burton of the Obama administration, and I keep asking Tim Miller, who interviewed Doug Emhoff and did not ask about the allegations against him at all. No, neither did Molly Jong Fast. Nobody. Joe Scarborough.
Yeah.
Didn't ask him. Anyway, I've been fighting with Tim Miller online. Why didn't you ask about the abuse allegations? Why didn't? And he won't answer. And Bill Burton decides to weigh in and says, why are you asking about Russian disinformation?
Are you kidding me?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No. And Josh is like, excuse me, are you calling my information? I also just reported on the new sexual assault allegation against Donald Trump by that model.
Right.
So why are you suggesting I'm just going fishing with the Russians for disinformation? I mean, we both know that she's not Russian disinformation.
No, we know she's a lawyer. We know where she lives. We know we at the Mail know everything about this woman. She came to us and sat down and gave an interview. Josh Boswell, great reporter, did incredible work. This stuff with Jen Psaki, one of my favorite whipping people, I cannot stand her. You're telling me that it's not enough that the media ran cover for the Hunter Biden laptop and that Facebook and every other major tech company in Silicon Valley was bullied by the FBI into not covering it, they blocked the New York Post for like 2 weeks. They wouldn't platform the Post because I worked there at the time. We were the only people covering it. Russian disinformation, Russian plant. You can't authenticate it. Well, guess what? It turned out to be real, which they've only admitted, I believe, this year. After he pled guilty, he finally pled guilty.
The FBI took the stand at the Hunter Biden trial and said it was real and they knew it. In any event, we're going to hear a lot of that depending on how tonight goes, Eliana.
Like
there will be the sexism card and so on. But we're getting ahead of ourselves because she could win. I mean, she could absolutely win. I will say, and this could change, but virtually everybody, not virtually everybody I've spoken to on the Republican side, the data people, the poll people, the people around Team Trump, feel very certain that the Republicans are going to win the Senate. And so, maybe they're wrong about that. Who knows? But that's,
make them percentages
like the rest of the races tonight are important. Harris goes in there and has control of the Senate and has control of the House. She actually might get rid of the filibuster, and the Senate and our government will have changed forever.
Yeah, I want to address that before I get to that. One thought on sort of the blame game and the sexism bit. Sure, we're going to hear that Kamala lost because of sexism from predictable quarters, but I actually don't think that's going to be as prominent a narrative with her as it was after Hillary Clinton lost, for a couple of reasons. The first is that she, to her credit, hasn't made her gender or her race a central part of her campaign. She did campaign on the abortion issue, but I think any Democrat would have, because it has been proven to be a good issue for them. I actually think there's going to be so much bitterness and recrimination and finger pointing if she loses. I think Joe Biden is going to take a whole lot of the blame, and he'll be blamed.
So no Mount Rushmore?
Yeah, exactly. He'll be blamed for running for re-election, and he'll be blamed
the Mount Rushmore of Denny's.
For playing identity politics with his choice of vice presidential pick, when he knew when he ran in 2020 that he was old and frail, and people saw cognitive decline during that bid. So my sense is that he's going to shoulder the host of the host of the blame if she loses, and we'll hear a little bit less. Yes, we're going to hear it, but we'll hear a little bit less. As to your point about the Senate and the rest of the important races, yes, absolutely true. There are many Senate races across the country, and if Trump does win, this is one reason to watch his margins. One interesting thing is in 2020 and 2016, the conventional wisdom was that Donald Trump would be a drag on the ticket, and that Republican Senate candidates would outperform him. That is not what we've seen this year. We've seen Trump running ahead of conventional Republican Senate candidates, and the conventional wisdom is that Trump needs to run 1.5 points ahead of these Senate candidates to pull them over the finish line. So, for your viewers looking for what to watch in a state like Pennsylvania, Trump needs to win that state, is what I'm hearing from people, by 1.5, 2 points for somebody like Dave McCormick to cross the finish line and oust an incumbent, a long-time incumbent like Bob Casey.
Yep, it could happen there. It could happen in Ohio with Bernie Moreno. I mean, we think that it's going to happen. Yeah, and we think it's going to happen.
Pennsylvania?
I mean, they're still outstanding. Are they not counting them here? What's going on, Vadim?
There you go. You should know this.
Why isn't Philadelphia counting votes?
Call them up.
Call them. Do we have contact? Hello, if you're watching the stream right now and you work in Philadelphia, we'll put you on stream. I'll call you. I want to know what is going on. What the hell is going on right now? Send me pictures. I know you're out there. I know somebody's listening.
Pennsylvania?
I mean, they're still outstanding.
Happen in Montana with Sheehy. Weird interview with Sheehy on Thursday. You can go check our YouTube feed. But he's going to win. That's good for the Republicans. EJ's, it's a pleasure as always. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Megan.
Back soon.
Okay, Maureen's sticking around, and up next, Tom Real Clear Politics. Sean knows those counties like the back of his hands, and you know that Tom Bevan is a guru when it comes to reading polls and data, so we'll find out from them what the hell is going on, at least as we know it right now. Don't go away. There is no greater purpose in life than protecting those we love, and in our uncertain world today, that can make us all alone.
270 to 268.
Okay, but then if he gets the blue dot...
Michigan, and Wisconsin. Correct. The congressional district in Nebraska, which is, and we had a little bit of polling out there. Kamala Harris was ahead. This is right around Omaha. It's a pretty liberal area.
Yeah.
This
He's
would
not
also
going
be
to
a
win
sort
that blue dot.
rabbit out of the hat. Well, he
Yeah,
may have
okay.
a better
He's-
chance
I don't-
actually
I
winning
mean-
there than he does in a place like New Hampshire.
But what I said is correct, right, Tom? If he wins all the Sun Belt, those 4 states, including Nevada and New Hampshire, he's got it. He's over 270.
If he won New Hampshire, he would, yeah.
Yeah, and I realize New Hampshire
basically
is
anything
also
at that point.
kind of.
If he wins New Hampshire, or if he wins Virginia, or if he wins New Mexico, but he would have to win
Yeah.
one additional state to get over 270.
And I'm kind of making up that New Hampshire is even a thing. I mean, I have heard people mention it. He did visit it. It's not entirely impossible, but it is not a swing state, and it is not expected to go Republican. He would be much happier if he could just win Wisconsin or Pennsylvania or Michigan. Go ahead, Tom.
It is a state that Hillary Clinton only won by 2,700 votes in 2016. So it's not out of the... Now, it did swing pretty hard for Joe Biden in 2020, but in other ways, this map is looking a lot more like 2016. So it's not out of the question, but I think, to your point, it might be a little bit of a reach.
Sean Trendy, Reuters reporter Jarrett Renshaw just reported as follows. Election night jitters are hitting Democrats hard. They don't like what they are seeing in exit polls, particularly support for Trump among Latinos and black men. Are you seeing those same trends?
We are. Again, Loudoun County is a county that's in demographic flux, and Donald Trump doesn't shoot up 10 points just on the backs of white voters there. We can also see some softness for Harris in southwestern Georgia, where there's a lot of rural black voters. What I'm really excited about, just from a pure demographic nerd perspective, is what happens to those counties along the Rio Grande Valley. Those were counties that have voted for Democrats going back to LBJ. Donald Trump would have cracked
Donald Trump Jr.
We're talking about a whole
Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump ke putek.
Like Florida.
One other thing for you, Sean. Harry Enton over at CNN reporting that in North Carolina, we now have 9 counties with 95% or more of the vote in. I don't know how many counties there are. Saying Trump is matching his 2020 performance nearly exactly. That would be good news for Trump since he won that state. He won it by a little bit more than a point last time around. But it seems like so far his performance in North Carolina is strong.
Yeah, there's 100 counties in the state, so it's about 9% of the counties in. But the fact that they're all the vote is in, and he's holding serve in a state that he won by a couple points, suggests that he's probably on his way to that Sun Belt sweep we were talking about. It's going to come down to Rust Belt.
All right, Tom, this is the best news I've seen for Trump tonight. Oh, by the way, this just in. This is not great news for Trump. News Nation, Decision Desk HQ, they are projecting that Kamala Harris has won Virginia. which wouldn't come as a surprise, but it would remove one of the states that we just discussed as
Virginia.
Hail Mary path for Trump from that path. But listen to this, Tom Bevan. The latest round of exit polling just hit at 9 p.m. And it's got data from 10 key states. White suburban women, and this is significant, but white suburban women here, let me see it. Hold on, I want to get it for you. Trump is beating Harris with them 51-47. This is the first look we're really getting at demographics from the 10 key states the exit polling is looking at. And so far, as of 9 p.m. Eastern, Trump is beating Harris 51-47 with white suburban women top.
මේක සදාකාලිකම 93 ඉතුරු 107 මේගොල්ලෝ හොර චන්දච්චු ගහලා අනිත් පැත්තට දාන්න යන්නේ.
You don't ever, I mean, I've done this long enough to know that like I just throw the exit polls in the garbage. I mean, they're usually wrong. Sometimes they're catastrophically wrong. So I don't put much stock in
and
that.
And then they change dramatically, like hour to hour.
Exactly. So but I want to go back to the Rust Belt for a second because, you know, the Pennsylvania and Michigan, Wisconsin's the state where we've had the biggest polling misses over the last, 2 cycles. 2016 and 2020 was like
big
6
ones.
Points, big ones, and it didn't get better. From
it was like 11 points in 2020. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, we had a poll that was 11 points, and ended up, Biden won it by less than a point. So I mean, it's been a really, really tough state for pollsters to gauge. And, we have Harris ahead there, but by less than half a percentage point in our average.
Prime Minister.
A bunch of different polls. There is some data suggesting that Trump could win that state. And, Mark Halpern's been reporting that, his sources are saying that Democrats are depressed about what's going on in Milwaukee and other places. So I think, if Harris does win Pennsylvania, she does win Michigan, Wisconsin again. That state has been, outside of Obama's win in 08 and 12, it has been
CNN Prime News Network.
Every single election, and it's been decided by a total. I did this analysis a few months ago. Something like 60,000 or 80,000 votes in 4 elections. I mean, every time, again, outside of Obama, it's been like 10,000 votes or 15,000 votes. It's been ridiculously close, and it might be that again tonight.
Okay, we don't know much. We believe we know that she won Virginia. According to News Nation, anyway. We don't have our own independent decision desk here, but
News
that's being projected, not a surprise. These guys are coming back in just a bit. Tom and Sean, thank you. Back to you in just a little while. Right now, it's just after 9 p.m. Eastern. Polls are closing in several key states. And back with me now to discuss it all, National Review's Rich Lowry and Charles C.W. Cook. We have moved them out of the Red Studio and over to Doug Brunt's office where he writes the books, including Diesel, which everybody should buy and read. The Mysterious Case of Rudolph Diesel, now available in paperback. Okay, guys, so, we keep saying it because we must, to be honest with the audience. We're getting all this data in, and we don't know whether it's worth the paper that it's printed on, the exit polls. Her projected win in Virginia, not a surprise, but if the polls are correct, that he's doing better with suburban women, Rich, than she is. It seems hard to believe that that's going to hold, but at least at this hour, that's amazing.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe it. I mean, if that's true, it's just that the election's over, right? We can shut it down now. It's going to win. So I'm very skeptical of that. And we have real results coming in now, so we don't need to rely on the exit polls necessarily. And we're looking at Georgia, a key swing state, where it looks as though Decision Desk and New York Times project based on results, and both of them have Trump about a 70% chance of winning Georgia. So that would be a key piece of the Southern Sun Belt strategy he needs to get to 270.
Okay, so Charlie, I know one of the things you're looking at is what's happening down in Florida with this ballot initiative that got Trump tripped up a little. He was asked if he was going to vote for this ballot initiative that was going to enshrine the right to an abortion in the Florida Constitution, and they've come to a decision on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky issue for Republicans because the country is not as pro-life as they'd like it to be, but the ballot failed. And that is the first time since the Dobbs decision that a state has put abortion up in a referendum and had the pro-life side prevail. The threshold in Florida is 60%, so it did get more than 50%, and that ought to be acknowledged. But still, Ron DeSantis' performance as governor of Florida will go down in history. He's shifted the state from a swing state to a red juggernaut. He's the first governor to have passed a 6-week abortion ban and then successfully defended it in a referendum. I mean, this is a big moment, and it's incredible when you think about Florida in 2016, which went to Trump in a shock, narrow victory.
So, Charlie, how much of it is?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wonder how much of it is DeSantis, or how much of it is transplants, or the kind of both.
Well, I think the reason I say that DeSantis is the focal point is because of COVID, right? So I think a lot of this stuff was happening anyway, and if you go back to the election of Jeb Bush in 1998, that's really when Florida starts to shed its Democratic Party heritage and to stop being an old boys network type state
calls Pennsylvania for Trump.
Start attracting people from all over and investment and business and so on. But just a shocking number of the people who have moved into Florida and voted and registered Republican in the last 5 years have done so because of how different the Midwest. I think you have to give a lot of that credit to DeSantis.
Yeah, if one, it just shows how politics changed, right? Ohio and Florida used to be the swing states, and now just aren't even a factor on the map. And also, if you looked at Florida in 2022, and now I say everything's fine, everything's going to work out, everything must be great because we're crushing it. Republicans are crushing it in Florida, and now, but we don't know because now Florida's kind of an outlier. And how Republican it is.
Yeah, and it works the other way around. It's funny, I went back recently and I watched the coverage of the 2000 election, because I wasn't here then. I didn't even really know it was happening. And it's funny how the hosts on the CNN broadcast that I watched, you can see it all on YouTube, talk about some states as if they're just self-evidently Republican. Virginia is one of them. Yeah. They say, well, George W. Bush has won Virginia.
Senate Republicans thought.
George W. Bush has
West Virginia went Republican.
Oh, that's true. That was a shock, I think, when it happened. But Colorado was another one. Well, of course, he's won Colorado's electoral votes, whereas now he wouldn't.
Unimaginable.
And Florida, I just think, again, over a short period of time to go from what it was to where it is now. And the New York Times Siena poll said that Scott and Trump were going to win the state by 12 or 13 points. That's what just happened from what I've seen. And they had to publish another piece defending themselves, saying, we think we're right about this, because there was still all of this residual sense that it was in play. But it's not in play. It's changed. It's gone.
So 2000, before your time, but it was one of the great election nights I've ever experienced, because it's so dramatic, because it's so close, a little like tonight might be. Who knows, maybe it won't be. But the media pulling back Florida after calling it was just extraordinary.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another piece of news for you, Charlie, for your home state. They have apparently defeated a ballot initiative that would have enshrined the right to smoke weed in the Constitution. They are not in favor of legalizing marijuana. And so Florida, I mean, Ron DeSantis is kind of batting 1,000 on this, to your point. And also an update for you guys on, these are not real numbers. These are just the New York Times' needle projection on how they think this race is going. The New York Times is now saying that they're projecting Kamala Harris looks like she, at this rate, will win the popular vote. Again, this is just a guess, by 0.8, which would be no bueno for her, because in order to, to carry that victory over into the Electoral College, it would have to be, by most estimates from the pollsters, 2 points or more, certainly not 0.8. They have now increased the prediction for Trump's Electoral College victory from 275, he only needs 270, to 280. They had 275 to 263. Now they're saying they project it will be Trump 280, Harris 258. Very interesting to see them doing this. And then Decision Desk HQ, which I believe is working with News Nation to make calls, is now giving Trump a 70% chance of winning the election. All of this is a little bit of voodoo. I hate to say that because people say it too much, but it doesn't mean he's going to win. It just means he's looking strong to them based on the initial data. And one last point, guys. The New York Times has
having
not
no
yet
path to
Virginia,
victory.
and the New York Times' Nate Cohn has tweeted out that Trump is doing much better in Virginia than he did 4 years ago when he lost by 10 points. But there are very few places where he is running 10 points better than he did last time. So in other words, he lost last time by 10 points, and he's doing better than that this time. But there are very few places where he's running 10 points better than he did last time. Maybe he means outside of Virginia. I'm actually not sure what that means. He'll still lose, but he's not going to lose by 10 points. That is interesting, guys, that he's doing better in Virginia than he did the last time, and that more and more the New York Times is seem to be projecting as his decision desk HQ. It's looking like a strong night for Donald Trump, Rich.
Yeah, so Charlie and I are both sports fans, so we were just talking earlier about if you follow any game on the ESPN app, the percentage odds of a team winning does not necessarily, it can be too sensitive and just something goes wrong and it changes. But by the way, all props to you on the sports reference, the Hail Mary pass. That was impressive.
Hey, Rich, and Andy McCarthy have gotten me up to speed. I have to suffer through your sports talk.
Yeah, you've learned the argot.
I do.
But it seems as though, Megan, still early, but with Harris perhaps overperforming some in Ohio and Trump seeming strong in Georgia and a little stronger than you would expect in Virginia, this may set up the emphasize that the likeliest scenario for Harris is just holding the blue wall by the skin of her teeth, barely winning the popular vote and just barely winning the blue wall states, while Trump sweeps the southern tier. And as you're talking about with Tom and Sean, unless there's a miracle in New Hampshire where the last time I looked, he's behind by 10 points with about 25-30% of the vote in. Unless that happens, he needs one of them. He needs one of them.
He needs one. Yeah, and so before we get too far ahead of our skis, so yes, the data is looking good in some ways for Trump, but we haven't heard any promising update from, or not promising, just nothing, from Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin since we started seeing vote come in. Not one, and he does need one of those unless he pulls a rabbit out of his hat by getting a New Hampshire in addition to Nevada. And he's not going to get Virginia now, we know that. So don't start celebrating. It's way too early. She could still win this thing. We're just reading little tea leaves here and there. All right, more with Rich and Charlie in just a bit. Here with me now, Spencer Kimball. He's executive director of Emerson College Polling. Spencer, thank you for joining me. So tell us what's jumped out at you so far tonight.
Well, listening in, Megan, I think you've kind of touched on Trump overperforming where some of the polls thought he was going to be and obviously where he was in 2020.
Okay, is there anything in particular, any jurisdiction?
NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that presidential contest has been won by Donald Trump. Now, I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris at 194 electoral votes. So to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents an almost unless there's it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket. NBC News has a projection.
Is there anything you can glean from what he's done so far?
Well, I mean, if we take a look at the real key states of Georgia and North Carolina, our swing states, that's where Harris put a lot of money and efforts into the race. You know, we look at a state like Florida or Texas where Trump is running up the numbers. Harris really didn't compete there. So in the states where she was competing, he's starting to pick up 2-3 point advantage in Georgia. And if he can hold that number, that's a state that he needs to take back that Biden was able to take. And then same thing in North Carolina. That's one that Harris was looking to hold. If we jump up to Pennsylvania, I know that the numbers are early there, but the concern for the Harris team is the early vote. And I'm sure you've discussed it. They're down about 600,000 votes from 2020 when they had 1.6 million early votes. This time they only have 1 million early votes. The Republicans held the 600,000 early votes from 2020 and kept it here in 2024. So I think as we see that vote count come in Pennsylvania, that early vote miss by Harris might actually cost her the election.
Wow. The Times just moved Georgia and North Carolina from toss-up to, quote, lean Trump. They're doing this as they're seeing raw vote come in, and they, like you, understand where the raw vote is coming from, which counties are still outstanding. All of that is what goes into making projections of these states. So what do you make of that, the fact that they've decided right now to move Georgia? They moved to lean Trump a little while ago. Just a second, they moved North Carolina from toss-up to lean Trump.
Well, I mean, if we take a look at like even Indiana and Kentucky, Trump is overperforming where he was. So there's this base of support that's coming out beyond where he was in 2020, which was a very close election. So as we see that in these other states, it's happening in the key swing states. And if they're happening in Georgia and in North Carolina, where he's picking up more, then what's to say Wisconsin, which was within a point, doesn't swing in his direction based on what we're seeing in these other states around the country. And even Ohio is up around 9-10% right now, which is in that Midwest, to give us a little bit of a taste of where that might go. But Indiana, again, gives us a little flavor as well that he seems to be doing better right now anticipated, and perhaps it's the
Things stand. I just came off the Young Turks show where I lit into the Democratic Party. Bunch of losers, corporate Democrats. I hate them. They've cost us election after election. They're corrupt. And they lost, it looks like, to a syphilitic clown, total moron, con man, Donald Trump. So if you lose to a buffoon like Donald Trump twice, what does that make you? So right.
Rural vote that's coming out at a pretty strong rate and very intense rate. Not just 75%, like 90% support.
We've been discussing, you and I, for a while now, whether Trump would outperform his polls or whether this would be a 2022 election where we expected a red wave and we didn't get it, and the Democrats outperformed the polls. Does it look to you right now like Trump is outperforming his polls, or is it too early to say?
Well, I mean, based on what we're seeing in the states that have counted their votes, he is outperforming those numbers, sometimes by a larger amount, 4 or 5 points, but at least by 2 or 3. And, you know, Virginia, as case in point, he's cut that lead in half, where if the idea was that Harris had momentum and was going to carry it, you would think that she'd at least hold it by 9-10, and maybe she will. But right now, it's a tied race, and that's beyond the expectation, I think, of what was going to be in play tonight.
So far, Spencer, do you see evidence of a surge of female voters turning out in greater numbers than expected, greater numbers than we saw in 2020 for Harris?
No, not on the Eastern Seaboard. What we expected in Georgia is a 55-45 female to male split. That's what we traditionally see in Georgia. And that's what we're seeing right now. For Harris, she would want to see that number closer to 57-43. And we're just not
Arizona සදාකාලිකව පාස් වුණා. Arizona මම හිතන්නේ ඡන්ද ඕන කරන ඔක්කොම ටික මිලියනයක් විතර ඡන්ද අච්චු ගහලා මේක ෆ්ලිප් කරනවා Harris අනිවාර්යෙන්.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and depending on how those play out in the next hour or so.
We'll see where
the election goes. But there could be an early call, particularly as those votes get counted in Wisconsin.
I've got to ask you about the Ann Seltzer Des Moines Register poll. She had Trump down 3, Kamala Harris up 3, leading him by 3 in the red state of Iowa. You guys did a similar poll like the same time and showed Trump beating her by 10. So diametrically opposed results. You guys are gold. They say she's gold. So what did you make of her
in the
poll?
minority percent GOP play a massive role in nominations and looming policy battles regardless of the Congress of Donald Trump emerges victorious.
Probably at the end
It's
of
a
the day,
massive,
we
if
see two numbers that are so
largely
out like
expected
that.
win
You add
for
them
the
together, it's going to
GOP.
land in the middle. So I would expect Trump to win by 6, 7 points in Iowa. But that's how polling works. You sometimes get an outlier on one side or the other. And obviously we'll see what the votes look like tonight.
West Virginia early in the night
But
and
the early
added Ohio to
indication
their
is that
column.
it's tracking more like 2020 and not some different turnout
Montana.
than what her numbers were looking like.
Oh, Montana.
And what happened in 2020 in Iowa?
Trump won
The
by
party
8.
will take control just as long-time
That's
GOP
right,
leader
that's
Mitch
right. And she had
McConnell
projected 7,
steps
so
down
she
from
got
his
pretty close on
role.
that one. Spencer,
she was
thank
good.
you
Take
so
his
much. Great to
place.
speak with
Elections
you.
of
Thank you,
Senate
Megan,
GOP
for having me,
leaderships are
as
slated
always.
to occur next week.
All right, joining me now, the 3 hosts of The Morning Meeting, a fast-growing interactive show on the
Scott running
2-Way
for what will
YouTube
be the
channel.
next
Mark
majority
Halpern is
leader.
editor-in-chief of 2-Way. Dan Tyne is a former Democratic strategist, and Sean Spicer is host of The Sean Spicer Show. Guys, welcome back. I mean, I started the show by saying we know nothing about nothing until we know something about something.
Nominees and control
we're starting to
legislation
glean
on the
little
floor,
bits-
the size
just
of the
little
majority
bits of
will matter.
information. I'll start
There's
with you
still
on it,
several
Mark.
Republicans in the Senate that
What have you
regularly
learned that
broke
you
with-
think is real?
Well, there's nothing fully real. I think Donald Trump is in a position to win and maybe win by dawn. The boiler room in Mar-a-Lago is very confident about 3 states, which would put him 1 state away. They're very confident about Georgia. They're very confident about North Carolina. And they're very confident about Wisconsin. There's going to be a delay in Wisconsin because of some counting problems in Milwaukee. But if they're right, and there's not a lot of pushback from
majority leaders
Wilmington on
expect to
those
stay
3
as the
states,
top Democrat.
if Mar-a-Lago's right, Trump will be 1 state away, and he's likely to get that state in Arizona.
Party knew this
if not
cycle was going to be
Pennsylvania
tougher. They
or
had
Michigan.
2 incumbent Democrats running in red states,
I had
Ohio,
somebody in my
Montana,
ear.
Saint Joe.
Which state do you think he's going to get? You think he's going to get Wisconsin? Is that what you said?
Mar-a-Lago believes he's going to get Wisconsin.
Okay. This just in. Speaking of Mar-a-Lago, where Trump is tonight with his viewing party, with more than, this is New York Times, with more than 95% of the vote reported, Donald Trump appears to have flipped Miami-Dade County in Florida, home to a
Ukraine
large
reacted with
Cuban-American
mix of,
population
grim
and one of the
results, news
state's
that Donald Trump
largest
is likely-
counties. The county has
After
typically
almost
voted
3 years
for
of war,
Democrats,
officials here acknowledge
with
that
Biden
Ukraine
winning
would
there
now
by
likely
7
have to look
points in 2020.
to its allies
And
elsewhere.
Sean Spicer, it looks like Trump has flipped it from blue to red. Pretty significant margin. Cuban American. Cubans are more conservative, Hispanic Americans, but so it's not a huge surprise that they might be among the first to switch over to Team Trump, but it doesn't appear that they were offended by the Puerto Rico thing, and a pretty significant accomplishment for Donald Trump.
Huge significance.
So hataray tama panas
Look, we're seeing some
tunay,
signs
anu
here.
tunay,
I said this
tunay.
earlier today. We've talked about it in the
panas
morning meeting.
එකයි
You look
50යි
at Rhode
මිචිගන්
Island,
එකේ
Joe
ලීඩ්
Biden
එක චුට්ට චුට්ට අඩු වෙනවා මොන් හොරචන්ද අච්චු ගගහා ලීඩ් එක අඩු කරනවා.
Right now, she's at 52% with 70% of the precincts reporting. That's not good. You look at Virginia, where I live in Virginia, there was a 10-point spread in 2020. Right now, she's at 50%, 56% in Loudoun County. Loudoun County, very voter rich for the Dems, home to a lot of federal workers, political activists. Biden got 61%. She's at 56% with almost every precinct reporting. That's not good for the Democrats. Right now, Donald Trump is ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I don't know that that's going to hold, but right now, that's not a good sign for them. So we're seeing a lot of movement, whether it's Miami-Dade in Florida Rhode Island, Virginia. That's not where they want to be. And all of my texts back and forth with the Trump campaign tonight, they're looking at outside of Philadelphia. She's not performing where she needs to in some of those key precincts. They're overperforming. They're very happy with how their early vote operation went, and they feel bullish on Pennsylvania as well. So, look, right now, this is looking very, very good for Donald Trump.
By
the way,
Pennsylvania
for a Republican Senate that could be anywhere from 53, 54, 55 right now. They've already secured basically a majority.
All right, let me ask you another follow-up, Sean. Back in 2020, when Trump lost, were you getting the same yay messaging from Team Trump at this point? Like, were you getting spun, or were they being honest, like, rough night?
It's a lot of excuses. You know, we're not seeing this now, but we still think there's hope, or we haven't seen the 18th precinct and the West Side come through. I mean, they were buying hope. They were spinning as to just stay with us, stay with us. Right now, the texts that I'm getting are all like happy emoji, right? We're killing it here. We're overperforming there. You don't do this. You don't set those kind of expectations if you don't feel like you're on a good track, right? You buy time. You make excuses. We're seeing a team all over the reports coming out of Mar-a-Lago that they feel very good about where they are. And I would also say from folks that I'm hearing in the Senate races as well. This could potentially be a very, very big night for the Republican side.
Megyn, it's
I'm taking it those emojis. I'm taking those emojis are not coming from Dan.
By the way, Megyn,
go ahead, Mark Halperin.
I will just tell you, I'm sitting here now 3 flights above an election party at the Heritage Foundation, and whatever they just put on television, the screams basically vibrated through the floor.
Oh man, where I
am right now. So something's
I don't see anything. Well, why don't you tell them to go work on Project 2025 and stop celebrating, because they were not particularly helpful in this election. Go ahead, Mark. You were going to make a point.
Just to back up what Sean said, you know, being a reporter means understanding your sources and when they're spinning and when they're credible. What's coming out of Mar-a-Lago, maybe they'll turn out to be wrong, but it's supreme confidence. It's macro confidence. It's not let us convince you of this or here's what we're looking at that. It's we've won these states.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Dan, what are you hearing from Team Blue?
Well, okay, to the opposite end of the spectrum here. I mean, Republicans are confident and are pointing to data. They're pointing to precincts, they're pointing to demographics that they're overperforming with or hitting their targets. The other side is just, my side is hope, and hope is not a strategy. There is really no, in none of the swing states right now are they saying, hey, just wait. Like in 2020 and even in 2012, the campaign would say, look, just wait. This precinct's about to come in. We've hit this voter target. And this goes back to the early vote, right? Democrats have just been saying like, oh, it's apples to oranges. It was COVID. It was a COVID year. Like, you know, you shouldn't pay too much attention. But all the things we've talked about, and including on your show in previous installments, looks like Trump is overperforming with black men. He's overperforming with Latinos. Harris is struggling with working class voters. He's running up huge margins in the rural areas and urban centers. Mark mentioned Wisconsin. By all accounts, turnout, specifically black turnout in Milwaukee, did not hit the desired target for Democrats. And given the big surge in rural parts of Wisconsin, Harris would have to really, really run up the suburbs. And there is nothing pointing that she's done that. So, you know, you keep hope alive, but it is not looking good at this hour if you're a Democrat.
Megyn, I think we have the first projection anyone has made in a battleground.
And we begin our final sprint, having arrived at that point in the election season where basically we on this side of the TV screen and said all we can. We've laid out the stakes in this crucial election, where one side stands for freedom while the other meets the textbook definition of fascism, namely a far-right dictatorial regime like Hitler's Germany or Franco's Spain or Mussolini's Italy, but also white-ruled South Africa before Mandela and the black majority took control, or Vladimir Putin's Russia, Viktor Orban's Hungary, or Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela today, that suppresses the rights of women and minorities, uses the military to execute the whims of a strongman dictator, and controls and suppresses the press. education, the arts, rewrites history to suit a favored and dominant racial class, and foments extravagant corruption in order to enrich the dictator and his friends.
HQ is projecting Trump victory in North Carolina.
North Carolina.
That's big. That's very big. Yeah, Fox News decision desk.
Georgia soon, and yep, there are the pieces in place.
Fox News decision desk is projecting now that Senator Ted Cruz will win a third term, defeating Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Thank God. Thank God. It's so nice just to be able to say how I really feel and not be on Fox where I have to pretend I don't care. I care. Colin Allred is a liar. He wants boys in every single girl's sport. He lied about it he voted for it 5 times and then lied about it 10 more. On you, Colin Allred. Goodbye. Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. Decision Desk HQ projecting Trump wins North Carolina. And wow, Mark, I mean, that's huge. She was just there. She did not. We had a report she pulled $2 million in advertising, but then she kept going back there. So it's clear she was not seeding it.
She personally felt it was her best of the Sun Belt states.
Aí Fox
university communities, the fact that it's a pro-choice state in some ways. It was confusing to a lot of Republicans. My best Republican source in North Carolina told me he wasn't even going to poll the state because he didn't feel it was possible for her to win it. So it shows you that for all the change that occurred in the Democratic Party and in the race when Harris replaced Biden, that a state like North Carolina, which Biden wasn't going to win, perhaps was always out of reach for Harris. And that, again, the view of a lot of Republicans. But they had to try to create an alternative to simply winning the inside straight of one path to exactly 270. And if North Carolina was her best bet, it turns out maybe wasn't a very good one.
Mm-hmm. And so, Dan, how will this be spun by the Kamala Harris team?
You mean North Carolina specifically?
Yeah.
I think they'll say their best path was always through the blue wall, that it was a lot closer than it would have been if it were Biden at the top of the ticket. And they have pointed in the last few days to Georgia as the state where they thought, they had a real chance. There was talk over the weekend that late vote was improving day by day in Georgia. They felt like the turnout today was looking pretty good in the morning. But, Governor Kemp has been, and Mark can speak more to this, has been saying that he felt pretty confident that it was going to go for Team Trump. And based on the vote that's coming in Georgia, Trump is overperforming in the rural areas and in several suburban parts. Harris is underperforming Biden. It's just hard to see when Biden won the state by such a small margin where she's going to make up the difference right now.
They are, the New York Times needle is now officially changing the chance of winning to leaning Trump with a 66% chance of winning. I mean, all the data on the New York Times basically all night long, Sean, has been moving toward Trump, leaning Trump. Their latest was predicting the likelihood is that Trump will win 280 to 258 in the Electoral College over her. Do we put any stock in that at all? I mean, I do recall, wasn't it the needle that told us Hillary Clinton had like a 98, 93% chance of winning in 6? I remember the damn needle.
I was there. I recall that very much. It's a very different feeling now. I was telling someone earlier today, Megan, in 2016, we felt good, but we were told by everyone that we couldn't win. So it's this weird juxtaposition. This year, it's the opposite, where all the data looked really good, but we were told that it's going to be super close. You brought up the Iowa poll a moment ago that came out over the weekend. I will tell you that if Trump does win, I have this pegged at 306 electoral votes for Trump on my Road to 270 map. If this is that kind of a night for Donald Trump, 306, 312, somewhere in there, and the Iowa result is somewhere in the 8 to 10 Trump margin, the media is going to have even more egg on their face.
No, we are there, and it is a mathematical impossibility at this hour for the few votes that are left in Pennsylvania, if they were won entirely, to put it back over. So this election is not done. Wisconsin is probably going tonight. It's very, very close to mathematical impossibility. Arizona, they're going to need a week to count in Maricopa County. Everything else has come in. Michigan, probably, I could flip a coin on Michigan right now, but he could win Michigan. And Nevada is probably going to be blue on the strength of all those unions.
Yes.
And so where we are, I think we are at 291 as the ultimate count. But right now at 270, we're done. Okay.
That they ran with some of these narratives really shows that they didn't take the time to understand the electorate. After the 2016 election, I sat down with the most senior people at NBC News at right days afterwards, and the direct quote was, "We missed it. We didn't get you folks." And as a result, their sort of resolve was to put up pop-up bureaus in, quote, flyover country to understand the Trump voter. I think we're going to have the whole same conversation over again, which is, how did you guys miss this? And the answer is they ignored key signs that they didn't want to pay attention to.
And then as soon as they tried to understand it, they started writing books about white rage and how terrible the flyover country is and how we shouldn't be listening to those people ever again. I saw them all over on MSNBC pushing these books. Go ahead, Mark.
Two things. One, over on MSNBC, both Lawrence O'Donnell and Jen Psaki are now ruminating on the evils of the Electoral College. That doesn't sound like a game that thinks that they're going to win the election under the rules of the Electoral College. The other is, just to clarify, the New York Times needle is exactly as accurate as a broken Ouija board. That's how you should consider its rigor.
Why are we looking at the needle? We have nothing else to look at. That's why. Go ahead. Keep going.
It's funny to look at. I think that what you're seeing in the exit polls, and the exit polls aren't necessarily going to be right, and even the final versions are treated like stone tablets. They're really not. But what you're seeing is Trump doing well with all the groups that he's been doing well with, and that the Democrats said wasn't going to happen.
Arizona වල හොරචන්ද දාලා ඔක මේගොල්ලෝ ෆ්ලිප් කරන අනිත් පැත්තට.
He's doing well with Hispanic men. He's doing well with independents. And this whole notion, it's one of the biggest mistakes Democrats have made and the media have made about Donald Trump since 2015. This whole notion that he's all about the quote-unquote extreme MAGA base is just not true, because the reason he's on the precipice of being reelected is because he's found a way to appeal on issues, not on personality, not on style, but on issues to a lot of people who are not normally thought of as the extreme MAGA base.
Yeah, and Megan, these signs have been apparent. These signs started appearing in the beginning of this calendar year. I mean, they were present during Biden's run and when Harris got the nomination, which is the groups that Mark just mentioned aren't just dissatisfied with the Democratic Party. They affirmatively like Donald Trump on policy. And that is such a harder thing to break a voter away from somebody who likes someone than if they're just sitting out and thinking like, I won't vote. And that, it's been plain as day, a lot of these problems, and it's playing out. And I'll just add that, I tip my hat to David Plouffe and the Harris campaign. In the last week and a half, they really did kind of turn the public tide, the Titanic maybe might be a better way to put it as this night goes on, that they had a chance. And they kind of
Nevada red
balls that
Nevada red
within the party and the media
තාම Trump ඡන්ද 59000ක ලීඩ් එකක් 184ක්
are going 2-1 to us and
Conquer votes Nevada තාම red
who's left. But they were not talking about the problem with black
Michigan
men,
වල
the problem in the suburbs, like all these
ලක්ෂයක විතර
areas
ලීඩ්
that
එකක්
they were
තියෙනවා
having problems.
Michigan වල
And it is
ඡන්ද හොර
amazing
ඡන්ද
how
ලක්ෂය
Democrats
අච්චුක ගහව
today
ඉන්නේ අනිවාර්යයෙන්
feeling optimistic, even though there was no concrete data
Wisconsin වලත් ලක්ෂයක විතර ලීඩ් එකක්
Well, they recognize the problem with black men. They sent Barack Obama out to shame them. That didn't seem to work well. Shockingly, that doesn't actually move the needle. But Dan, let me ask you this: is there anything good on the Democratic side? Like, is there? Because I don't want to get ahead of ourselves and start assuming Trump's got this when it's only 9:36.
I am not looking at my phone right now, but when I last did, there were not many bright spots. I'm curious, some of these Senate races, does a pop, you know, obviously we have to think about Pennsylvania on the presidential level, but
Arizona තාම නෑ Arizona තාම 153යි count කරලා තියෙනවා. Arizona හොරචන්ද දාලා ඕක වෙනස් කරනවා.
I'm watching Nevada. Does
Arizona දැන් රෙඩ් වුණාට දැන් මම නිදාගෙන හැරෙද්දී ඕක නිල් පාට වෙනවා. ඔය රෑ එළි වෙනකන් අනිවාර්යෙන් හොරචන්ද අච්චු
in the last week, you know, the House,
ගිය
we
පාරත්
talked about it
හොරචන්ද
on the
දාලා
morning
Arizona
meeting. We started this year, calendar year, saying that the Democrats were going to potentially get the House back because it was a presidential year. Harris was going to do really, or Biden, were going to do really well in the New York and California suburbs. And this was the secret to taking the House back. Now we're ending this election cycle talking about how strong Trump is on Long Island.
Michigan මේක 95ක් counted කියලා කියන්නේ.
And there's pessimism. I mean, the House is going to be close, but the optimism that was there a couple months ago has slowly dissipated.
Nevada
House races trickle in later, you know, often over a week or two, but not looking good right now on Team Blue.
Go ahead.
Megan,
go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, real quick. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go in a second, but just real quick. Trump continued to grow his lead in Virginia. It's not huge, but he's continued to grow it in Rhode Island. Almost 80% of the precincts, and Kamala Harris stuck at 53%. Again, that's down from 60 where Biden was. But Dan, I did have a source in Wilmington that I just checked with. Some good news for you. If you're at the headquarters in Wilmington, there's a bar in the back with a shorter line. That's the good news for Team Harris tonight.
We have water here tonight, yes.
We got booze here in the red studio. Well, you guys will come the next time. Mark, Dan, Sean, we will see you in just a bit. They're coming back to join us after a short time. Don't go too far. Back with me now on set are Rich Lowry and Charlie Cook of National Review. I'm starting to feel less of the pit in the stomach. I'm starting to feel better. I don't want to count chickens. It's scary, right? Because we've seen these things flip. Remember 2020, right? You go to bed, think Trump has won, you wake up, the wave. I don't know that this is impossible this time around, however, because the mail-in vote is just not what it was in 2020.
Yeah, so if you're a Democrat, I think that the hope is what seemed always the most likely path for her is still there, right? We barely know anything about
the blue wall.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. Now, it's important for Trump. He seems to have secured North Carolina.
Nevada.
They just moved Arizona.
Wisconsin 94යි, Michigan 95යි.
And if you believe the exit polls, he's winning 45% of the Hispanic vote, which would bode well in Arizona and perhaps probably Nevada as well. But even if he wins those, he needs Wisconsin or Michigan or Pennsylvania. So if he's just winning North Carolina and Georgia, you can forget about Arizona and Nevada if he wins Pennsylvania. But he's going to need one of those. And we just don't have any data what's happening there. So this seemed the stronger states for her, and we don't have the returns yet. That would be my big note of caution.
These are just harbingers, possibly though, of Trump's strength, and that he's running better with certain groups, and those groups also exist in these other states, and also that she's not running away with it. Getting her over the hump in North Carolina, or now again, Georgia has moved to lean R, Arizona has moved to lean R. So what she needed, the groundswell of women, it doesn't seem to be working, at least in the Sun Belt.
Same caveat, she can win those 3 states and win the election, and it's what, 270 to 268. And then there'll be a lot of fighting over the census, which was done really badly, and if it had been done better, you've got to blame Republican governors to some extent for this.
Can you explain this, Joe? Because this has been an ongoing...
Yeah, so...
Oh, wait, let me just interrupt you.
Sure.
Fox News Decision Desk projects a win for Harris in New Hampshire.
Okay.
That's interesting. Now, Trump made an unexpectedly strong showing, they report, but Harris's success in urban centers and suburban areas secured her victory. So that does eliminate one path. That eliminates a path for Trump. That would be the Sun Belt, including Nevada, plus New Hampshire. Without it, he needs a blue wall. Sorry, keep going.
So I forget the exact allocation, but Florida, Texas, I think North Carolina, maybe Georgia should, between them, have an extra 3 electoral college votes if the census had been done properly. Now, this gets very complicated, and there's fights over it. And from what I understand, there was not enough attention paid to this by the governors of those states. And I think they should have taken electoral college votes away from California, maybe New York, one other state. The point is that if she ends up winning 270 to 268, it's totally fine. Those are the rules we have. It's a legitimate win. But a lot of people are going to say, why didn't you fight to get that extra vote for Florida? Because if she had lost Georgia and North Carolina and Arizona right now under that proper apportionment, then Trump would have won.
Wow. So then he wouldn't need a blue wall.
Right. So that's at least by 2030, that the blue wall strategy is going away because those Sunbelt states. So I just want to be very clear. I'm not saying she won't have won legitimately. She will. But you're going to see
හතරට පාරක් පෙන්නන්නේ ගිය පාර ඩෙමොක්‍රැට්ලා දින්න එකක් මේ පාර රිපබ්ලිකන්ලා දින්නවා ෆ්ලිප් නිල් පාටින් රතු පාටට ෆ්ලිප් කරලා හින්දා තමයි මෙරුන් පාටට පෙන්නන්නේ. ඒක ෆ්ලිප් කරලා ගිහලා පෙන්නන්නේ. අවුරුදු 20කට පස්සේ පොපියුලර් වෝට් එකයි ඉලෙක්ටෝරල් කොලෙජ් එකයි දෙකම දිනලා තියෙන්නේ අවුරුදු 20කට පස්සේ.
Right? Because one of the arguments, I have many arguments against Trump. I've made them on the show. I didn't vote for him as a result. But one of the analytical arguments that I've made is that he is very weak around suburban women, and there was an aversion there. If that's not true, well, then you've got to reimagine it, right?
It's hard to believe it's not true. Net. I mean, it really is. Like, all the polls showed this gender gap. It was the main story of this entire election. But of course, we've gotten the main stories wrong before, Rich. So I suppose.
Yeah. To Charlie's point, Russ Douthat in the New York Times had an arresting formulation about this. He was talking to some Never Trump colleagues. Of course, they're all Never Trump there, so that's I'm not defining it very narrowly. But he said, what if I told you in 2016, when you're against Trump, and he thought you'd go away in an aberration, that there'd be a Republican nominee in 2024 who'd be overperforming among Hispanics, probably overperforming among black men, on his side, a former Democratic congressman on his side, winning on the three most important issues in the election. Wouldn't you have thought, well, we won, but that's all happened, right, with Trump. So it goes to just the extraordinary quality he has to say, like any of these last things that have been controversial the last week and a half, probably would have sunk most people just in a week and a half, right? And then you go 10 years of that, and he's stronger than he's ever been and on the cusp of the presidency. It's just an extraordinary political and personal achievement.
I really think part of it goes back to the fact that people feel like they know Donald Trump. They forgive all of these things because they feel they know his heart, his character, and they're just quick to overlook all of that in the same way that, I liken it to sort of, my relationship with my husband. I always have the most generous lens on him. I don't jump to, he did that evilly or because he wanted to hurt me. I always jump to, he loves me and we're good. And I think they have the same lens on him. Stand by, guys. Joining me now, former 2024 presidential candidate, where the president is right now, the former president. Vivek's also the host of his own podcast called The Truth Podcast. Vivek, welcome back to the show. What do you make of what we've seen so far?
Look, I'm in Mar-a-Lago, so I got to make sure I'm not subject to my own algorithmic or even now physical echo chamber. But I do think that it's going not well, but very well, actually, for Donald Trump, for Republicans. Typically, even if you're looking at counties where historically this haven't been contested in contested states, these things still didn't have correlations for how it's going across the board. And so the atmosphere here is, stepped out of this dinner I'm in, but just given to you in kind of real time. Very positive, and I think very positive for a good reason. And I think we could be looking at a thick majority in the Senate, and I think we're going to be looking at potentially an earlier than even expected call for
Arizona හොරචන්ද දාන ස්ටේට් එකක 2020 හොරචන්ද දාලා ලෝක
Has it gotten
Trump දිනපු එක අනිත් පැත්තට හැරුවා
over the past 2 hours and 45 minutes?
Yeah, no, I think it is. I think over the last.
Nevada තමයි ෂුවර් නැති. Nevadaත් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් හොරචන්ද
I think the environment's palpably more positive.
හොරචන්ද දාන එක.
I think for good reason based on what I've seen as well.
Well, let's talk about that because what do you make of the thing that Rich was just saying about how, there's Trump, of course, is his normal controversial self, but it does not appear, at least so far, to have resonated with these core groups that we were told might be repulsed by the comics comment at MSG. He's doing very well with Hispanics, or whatever else he's done. It seems like she's not crushing him with the women. I mean, what do you think it is about Trump and Trump's messaging that has gotten him here?
I think it's a little bit different.
හොරචන්ද දාලා මේ රිපබ්ලිකන් එක්කෙනාව පස්සට ගියා. ඡන්ද 10000කින්ද කොහෙද? 15000කින්.
I think it's a valid point you made, Megan. I think it's something different this time, which is the fact that
නැත්නම් ඒ සෙනෙට් රේස් එක රිපබ්ලිකන් එකට යන්න තිබ්බේ.
A guy who was actually in office for 4 years and was out of office but very visible as the opposition for 4 years as well. So I think it was like, what, Grover Cleveland the last time the United States of America had this, what was the late 1880s? So since then, we haven't had that opportunity. And I think what you're seeing here is nothing that Donald Trump says, let alone some comedian introducing him who he didn't know about in Madison Square Garden as a proxy. That's not going to shake people's opinion of a guy who they've had as their U.S. president, who was making policy decision and personal decisions by Twitter. Whether or not you like it, that was Donald Trump. And we've had him for 4 years. And so I think in some ways, the idea that even in the late stages of
දැන්
this
දෙකම
race, that
90යි
some small
90යි
thing that he said,
බලමු
surrogate
දැක්කද මං
or
කිව්වේ
non-surrogate
විස්කොන්සින්
said
වල
could somehow
50ක්
tip
තිබ්බ
this race
මෙයාගේ
no
ලීඩ්
matter
එක
how you
බැස්සා
want to spin
මං
it.
කිව්වේ හොරචන්
Was
දච්චු
that
ගහනවා
there's
කියලා
probably a
මූ
wishful myth from the people who
මං කිව්වේ
oppose
හොරචන්
him.
දච්චු ගහනවා කියලා
Like him or
හොරචන්
not,
දච්චු
people know
ගහලා
exactly what
ලීඩ් එක
they're
බැස්සුවා
getting, and I think that that's part of what
විස්කොන්සින්
made
වල
this
මිචිගන් වල
race
බලමු මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා
so
තාම
unshakable.
ඕ 50.1ද කොහෙද තිබ්බේ
Every
කන්න
method they did
50ට
try,
බහැලා
we can sort of delineate and beat that dead horse many times over, from ballot removals to, frankly, for crazy people, assassination attempts to switching a candidate at the top of the ticket. Nothing really, I think, was capable of shaking this through the end, because people know exactly what they're getting with him. And that's what they're voting for, is what they got for those 4 years. That's at least what I see in this.
Not to mention the lawfare. So what do you think, Vivek,
Yeah, we could go on all
while
day
I have you,
about
I gotta ask you the speculative question. I mean, if he does win this thing tonight or overnight, explain what you think will happen, because we look at this team that he's put together, yourself included, and Nicole Shanahan put together this great closing ad. It was sort of like the Marvel superheroes, all these unusual friends coming together, right? From Bobby Kennedy to you, to Nicole, to Elon, JD. It's just something we haven't seen before in modern political history. What does that look like as Trump takes the oath of office?
Yeah, look, I think that, most of that group that you named is right here. I think maybe everyone in that group is here tonight. And I think one of the things that's remarkable about it is that we don't all agree on 100% of nitty-gritty policy questions. And that's part of what makes this new kind of alliance a beautiful thing in American politics, to say that we agree on the basic rules of the road, even if we have some policy differences on what level of state action or muscular state intervention we want in some particular economic question. Those are questions for another day. So I think what we're going to see in phase one of this, as Donald Trump takes office in January 20th, is, I hope, and I think it's going to be the case, Megan, a kind of national unity we haven't seen in a really long time. Multiple former Democrats involved in some way, multiple independents, multiple of us who ran against Donald Trump, multiple people who are outsiders coming from the world of business to go in and shake up the government. And I don't think we're going to go incrementally. I think we're going to go big. Go big, go early. And I think that that's good for the benefit of the country. And I think that's going to be a phase of uniting the country against the bureaucracy, against the unelected managerial class and three-letter agencies that have for too long been making policy. I think that's going to be phase one of this. I think necessarily because of the fact that, this was not people who are 100% policy aligned on every micro question. I think if you roll this forward 2, 3, 4 years, you're going to see healthy debates emerge within the America First movement itself about the level of state interventionism we want. Do we want to use the regulatory state to accomplish our objectives? Or do we want to get in there and actually finish the job of just shutting it down all the way? Where are we on questions of declaring economic independence from China versus, trade that's required to enhance that or make that happen? Where are we on the question of legal immigration? We're all vehemently opposed to illegal immigration, but where are we on legal immigration? So I think it's going to come in two phases, where in the first phase of this, we're going to see a kind of unity that goes beyond just unity in the Republican Party, but frankly, unity for the country by bringing together this truly diverse, and not in the democratic identity politics sense of diverse, but an actually diverse coalition that revives and infuses, I think, a kind of spirit we've been missing in our national character for a long time. And then I think that can be some healthy, constructive debates on some of the smaller but still more important policy questions in the long run for the Republican Party. And I think the America First movement will be stronger for having that. Come in year one. I think in year one, we're going to see a level of unity around the basic rules of the road, from free speech, meritocracy, self-governance, shutting down the managerial administrative state. I think those things, that diverse coalition you described, is rock solid on. And then I think we move this movement forward from there.
Wow. This is a vision into what could be if Donald Trump actually wins this thing tonight and possibly maintains control of the House as the Republican Party and wins over control of the Senate. Vivek, all the best. Great to see you. Thank you.
We'll talk soon. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Wow.
Cheney will be voting for Kamala Harris.
Last Friday, former Vice President Dick Cheney and former Senator Liz Cheney, obviously both Republicans, revealed that they will in fact be voting for Kamala Harris. And you heard a little bit of that endorsement in the clip we just showed you. Now, Kamala Harris has taken these endorsements as cause for celebration, which is concerning to say the least. Let me be generous to the Democratic Party and not lose my mind over this yet, but I'll give you more details. So we should also note that Dick Cheney issued a statement regarding his endorsement, saying that in our nation's 248-year history, there has never been an individual who is a greater threat to our republic than Donald Trump. He tried to... By the way, I mean, you should take a good hard look at the administration you served in, but I'll continue. He tried to steal the last election using lies and violence to keep himself in power after the voters had rejected him. He can never be trusted with power again, said Dick Cheney, who has absolutely no self-awareness. There's more. As citizens, we each have a duty to put country above partisanship, to defend our Constitution. That is why I will be casting my vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. And here's how Harris, well, before we get to how Harris reacted to it, Cenk, what are your thoughts? Are you elated over neocon warmongers and war criminals like the Cheneys supporting Kamala Harris?
Nah, it's a terrible development. And the fact that the Democrats are excited by it just shows you everything that's wrong with the Democratic Party. That's Dick Cheney, who, by the way, left office with a 9% approval rating. What are you guys celebrating? He's one of the most hated politicians in our lifetime. He's the guy who brought torture back. He's the one that did all of the lies and orchestrated the totally needless war in Iraq that got hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians killed, let alone our soldiers, let alone the trillions we wasted on his friends and corrupt colleagues at Halliburton with the no-bid contracts, et cetera. But you want to talk about stealing an election. Now, he's right that Donald Trump tried to steal an election because a broken clock can be right twice a day. I get it. But I saw you guys steal the 2000 election with my own eyes.
We don't talk about that. Memory hole, memory hole. Yeah. Quick, Democrats, memory hole, memory hole.
In prison and broken people's lives because you said this thing was stolen. This entire phony thing is getting swept out. Biden's getting swept out. Kamala Harris is getting swept out. MSNBC is getting swept out. The Justice Department's getting swept out. The FBI is getting swept out. You people suck, okay? And now you're going to pay the price for trying to destroy this country. And I'm going to tell you, we're going to get to the bottom of where are the 600,000 votes. You manufactured them to steal this election from President Trump in 2020. And think where this country would be if we hadn't gone through the last 4 years of your madness. Okay? You don't deserve any respect. You don't deserve any empathy, and you don't deserve any pity. And if anybody gives it to you, it's Donald J. Trump, because he's got a big heart and he's a good man. A good man that you still in prison on the 26th of this month.
චන්ද ප්‍රතිකා අච්චු ගහලත් හොරගම් කරගන්න බැරි වුණා. විස්කොන්සින් ෆ්ලිප්ඩ්. ඒ කියන්නේ බලමු ආව මේගොල්ලොත් කෝල් කරලා. මරුන් කියලා කියන්නේ 2020 හොරු දිනපු එක මෙයා මේ පැත්තට කරකවපු එක. විස්කොන්සින් හරි. දැන් 227යි. දැන් හරි දැන් දිනු. ගැරන්ටීඩ්. මොකද ඇලස්කත් තුනක් හම්බ වෙනවා නේද 280යි ඇලස්කත් තුනත් එක්ක. මොකද ඇලස්කා අවුරුදු 60කින් අනිත් පැත්තට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ මේක රිපබ්ලිකන් කට්ටිය ඡන්දේ පරදිද්දි දිනන එකක් තමයි ඇලස්කා කියලා කියන්නේ. එතකොට 280යි ගොඩක් වෙලාට මිචිගනුත් ගොඩක් වෙලාට මෙයාට යනවා. තව 100ට 2ක් විතර ආවොත් එහෙම මුන් දැන් රෑලි වෙනකම් අච්චු ගහලා මදි නම් ප්‍රින්ටරුත් තියෙන ඉතින් 2-3ක් නේ. ප්‍රින්ටර් 2-3ෙන් අච්චු ගහලා මදි වෙනොත් එහෙම ලක්ෂ ගාණක් අච්චු ගහ ගන්න බැරි වෙනොත් එහෙම මේකත් ෆ්ලිප් වෙනවා. මේක ෆ්ලිප් වුණොත් ඉතින් sorry.com 15ක් නේ. අනු ගානක 300 පණින තත්ත්වයක් තියෙන්නේ. 300 පණින තත්ත්වයක්. මේගොල්ලෝ හොරකම් කළා 306 ගත්තා වගේ 2020 මේ පාර ට්‍රම්ප් හොරකම් කරන්නේ නැතුව හරියටම දිනනවා මේ ටික. Trump flips Wisconsin. Republican on Thursday on a crucial suburb of New York City House District. Come back. Moderate means Republicans will retain a must-win battleground seat where issues like crime and Wisconsin කොහොම හරි ෆ්ලිප් කරා. බලමු සෙනෙට් එකේ මොකුත් වෙනසක් වෙලා නැහැ. Wisconsin Trump දිනලා සෙනෙට් එක අනිත් පැත්ත දිනන එක බොරුනේ හොරචන්දනේ තනි කරම. මිචිගන් වලත් හොඳට අච්චු ගහන හොරචන්ද ඡන්ද 10000ක් තව අච්චු ගහන්න තියෙනවා. තව 10000කට වඩා අච්චු ගහුවොත් එහෙනම් මිචිගන් එක අනිත් පැත්තට යනවා. හවුස් එකේ මොකද තත්ත්වය? හවුස් එකේ ලොකු මොකක්වත් වෙලා නැහැ. දැන් හරියට අනිත් channels වල කෝල් කරන්න ඕනේ වෙලා බලමු fake news CNN එකේ පට්ට හොරු මොකද කියන්නේ කියලා. මුන් බොරුමයි කියන්නේ. Trump Pence මුණුත් කෝල් කරලා හොඳ වැඩේ උන්ට නම්. නැත්තම් නින්දෙන් නැගිටිද්දි දින හිටපු පැති පැරදිලා හිටපු පැති තවත් පැරදිලා හොඳ වැඩි CNN එකේ කාලකන්නිට. Trump Pence හොඳ වැඩි. බලමු. Unable to load video. පට්ට හොරු තමයි MSNBC මුණුත් බොරුමයි කියන්නේ තනි කරම. Trump defeats හරියට හැමෝම කෝල් කරලා. දැන් ඉවරයි. දැන් ඉතින් ඉවරයි. දැන් මොන හොර ඡන්ද print කරත් බෑ. Arizona තාම 162යි. Arizona අනිද්දා වෙනකන් print කරනවා ballots. හොරචන්ද print කරනවා අනිද්දා වෙනකන් Arizona අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම. තව update එකක් ඇවිල්ලා මොකක්ද update එක? House control still in limbo. මේගොල්ලෝ මේ දාලා දෙන්නේ Donald Trump returns to the White House. බලමු මේ කට්ටිය hina වෙනවද කියලා CNN එකේ උන්ට. What time does the view start? හැමෝම බලන් ඉන්නේ අරුන්ට හැමෝටම hina වෙන්න. මේ හැමෝම දාලා තියෙන්නේ. Donald Trump wins. AP has called the race. මොකක්ද දන්නේ නැහැ කියලා දෙමු. ට්‍රම්ප්ට බැන හිටියේ කාලගන්නේ බලමු මොකක්ද කියලා දෙන්නේ. Challenge me to a fight. betting odds, professional victim. Congratulations, let's go. Palestinian drama. Oh, move anti-Trump එකක්. ට්‍රම්ප්ට බැරමැදිලා දැන් දින්නට පස්සේ හිමීට පැත්ත මාරු කරන කාලකන්නේ. MSNBC finally caved. President-elect. චීන සාව 95 මුන් හොර චන්දච්චු ගහනවා රෑලි වෙනකම්. හැබැයි ලීඩ් එක 1,10,000ක ලීඩ් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඡන්ද 1,10,000ක් අච්චු ගහන්න එපා. හොර ඡන්ද දාන්න. ඇරිසෝනා වල තාම ලක්ෂයක ලීඩ් එකක් තියෙනවානේ. ලක්ෂයක ලීඩ් එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඡන්ද බැලන්ස් ලක්ෂයක් අච්චු ගහන්න ඕනේ. ලීඩ් එක සම කරන්න. ඉතින් ඊට වඩා ගහන්න ඕනේ මේ දිනන්න 10 to 13 days. Oh, මේකේ දාලාම තියෙන්නේ officials in Maricopa County said full tabulation could take 10 to 13 days. මොන් ඔය 10 to 13 days ගන්නේ හොර ඡන්ද ගන්න. තුන්වෙනි ලෝක රටක් වෙන ලංකාවේවත් 10,000 13ක් කියන්නේ ඡන්ද ගණන් කරන්න. බොරුනේ. තනිකර බොරු. ලංකාවේ ඡන්ද කිව්වා පහු කරලා හරි එකම දවසේ. මේගොල්ලෝ දවස් 10ක් 13ක් අතර යන ඡන්ද ගණන් කරන්න. හවුස් එකට නැහින කාලයක් යනවා මේක ගණන් කරලා ඉවර කරන්න. සෙනේට් එක නම් කන්ෆර්ම්ඩ් ඒ වුණත් තව සීට්ස් දෙක තුනක් එහෙට මෙහෙට තව එක සීට් එකක්වත් යයි සමහරට රිපබ්ලිකන්ලට මොන්ටෑනා වල සීට් එක රිපබ්ලිකන්ස්ලට යයි වගේ මොකද ඇලස්කා වල කොහොමත් ඇලස්කා ගැරන්ටීඩ් එතකොට 80යි ඇලස්කා ගැරන්ටීඩ් මිචිගනුත් හම්බෙනවා ගොඩක් වෙලාට මට නම් ලක්ෂ ගාණක් අච්චු ගහන්නම් හම්බෙන්නේ නැතුව එතකොට 80යි 95යි 301යි නෙවාඩා ගියොත් එහෙම 301යි ඇරිසෝනා තමා මුන් හොර කරලා දැම්මොත් එහෙම යයි නැත්තම් එහෙම 300 පනිනවා Trump 300 වන්නන්න පුළුවන් ලේසියෙන් He flipped Nevada for the first time since 2004. මුන් ඔය අඬන්නේ හොඳ වැඩේ. ඇලස්කා නම් කියන්න ඕනේ. ඡන්ද මිලියන 20ක් හොර ඡන්ද දාලා. මේක සදාකාලිකව 95යි විස්කොන්සින් නම් අඩුවම මේ කෝල් කරලත් ඉවරයි මේක සදාකාලිකව 95යි මේ 63 වෙනස් වෙන්නේ ඇලස්කා ගැරන්ටීඩ් මොකද ඇලස්කා අවුරුදු 60කින්ද කොහෙද වෙනස් වෙලා නැහැ ඒක රතු ඇලස්කා හැමතිස්සෙම රතු අවුරුදු 60ක්ද මේ වාර හැම 2020 මේ හොර ඡන්ද දාලා දින්නනේ දෙමාවට ඇරිසෝනා හොර ඡන්ද දාලත් දිනලා තියෙන්නේ ඡන්ද 11000කින් වගේ හොර ඡන්ද දාලා 2020 විස්කොන්සිනුත් මේ බයිඩන් හොට ඡන්ද දාලා දීලා තියෙන ඡන්ද 20000කින් එවන ඔක්කොම කොරෝනා කාලේ හොඳට අච්චු ගහලා ගැහුව හොරචන්ද දැම්මා. අන්දර 6යි වෙලාව. දැන් ඉතින් කෝල් කරලා ඉවරින්ද දැන් ඉතින් ජනාධිපති කොහොමද ට්‍රම්ප් ඒකේ වෙනසක් නැහැ. මේක ඉතින් අර මේ සෙනෙට් එකත් ෂුවර් හවුස් ඡන්ද ටික ගණන් කරන්න ටිකක් කාලය යනවා. කොහොමද? අයිඩහෝ කවදාවත් අහලා කලාතුරකින් නිවුස් වල එහෙම දකින ප්‍රාන්තයක් අයිඩහෝ කියන්නේ. ඉන්දියානා අම්මෝ ඉන්දියානා ලොකු ගානකින් නෙල්ලට. වෙස්ට් වර්ජිනියා අම්මෝ වෙස්ට් වර්ජිනියා Oh, හැමෝදාට it's a wrap. We did it here. Ted Cruz Zodiac Killer. Because the Kino Casino open. Full force with the narrative that right hates women. Oh, wait. Donald Trump will win California. Nine years later, Kamala got trumped. TD ලගලා දෙන කම. මේක දාමු ලයික් එකක්. For peanut. මම හිතන්නේ PE මම හිතන්නේ. එයාගේ නික්නේම් එක වෙනස් වෙලා කමක් නැහැ. Peanut the squirrel. මොන මම අඬනවා. හොඳ වැඩේ. මොන මෝඩයද? Nintendo Ukraine war ඉවර කරනවා. එයා දැන් පළවෙනි මාසෙම ජනවාරි වල Coast Virginia for Kamala Harris. $69. ඕ මුන් කෝල් කරන්නෙම නෑ මිචිගන් මුන්ට ඕනේ කොහොම හරි හොර ඡන්ද ටික අච්චු ගහලා ඒක දිනා ගන්න. ඒ වුණත් කරන්න අමාරුයි. තාම බලන්න තාම 95යි. මේකේ දැනට ලීඩ් එක හැබැයි 63යි. 86යි මේක මෙව මුකුත් මේ දෙකම වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මේක වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් මේකට හැබැයි නම් හොර ඡන්ද එහෙම දාලා මාරු කරන්න බෑ. මම කියව අවුරුදු 60ක් මාරු වෙලා නැති රතු බලකොටුවක් නේ. ටෙක්නිකලි 1 2 3යි 4යි. යා ස්ටේට්ස් 4 නෑ 1 2 3යි 4යි ටෙක්නිකලි 5යි 6ක් ටෙක්නිකලි 6ක් ෆ්ලිප් කරලා තියෙනවා ස්ටේට්ස් 6ක්. අවුරුදු 20කට පස්සේ පොපියුලර් වෝට් එක දෙනපු පළවෙනි රිපබ්ලිකන් ජනාධිපති. අම්මෝ 6යි වෙලා මං යනවා නිදාගන්න. දිනලානේ දැන් තියෙන්නේ. I think මම බැලුවේ අඩුමතරේ මිචිගන්වත් කෝල් කරයිද කියලා. මේ දෙක නම් ෂුවර් නෑ. හොර ඡන්දක් අච්චු ගහනවානේ. ඡන්ද පත්‍රිකා අච්චු ගහනවා. අදයි හෙටයි අච්චු ගහලා මේගොල්ලන්ට කව කරගන්න බැරි නොත් එහෙම ඕක රතු පාටට යයි. ඇලස් කෂුවර් අඩුමතරේ මිචිගන්වත් කෝල් කරයි කියලා මං හිතුවේ ඒක කරන්නෙත් නෑ.